Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this special council meeting, special city council meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please call the roll.
Hooten.
Yes.
Epps. Brown.
Yes.
Demery.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur.
Present.
Williams.
Present.
Warren.
A quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider a request from the property owner for additional time to remodel the structure located at 1507 Southwest Dr. Charles W. Whitlow Avenue, per section 611108, section D. It states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by the council. John.
Mayor, Council, 1507 Southwest Dr. Charles W. Whitlow Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve to extend the permit. The structure, as you can see, has new windows, new siding, new trim. He is currently working on the doors and to get this thing finalized. Any questions?
Recommendation is for approval.
Is for approval, yes, sir.
Councilwoman,
I agree.
you want to make a motion?
Make a motion that
Make a
we
motion.
extend it.
Motion for approval of extension. We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item 2. Consider a request from the property owner for additional time to remodel the structure located at 2508 Southwest Latham Avenue per section 611108, section D, that states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by the council. John.
Mayor, Council, 2508 Southwest Latham Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve a permanent extension. As you can see, this house does have new windows, new trim, new roofing, new siding. Any questions?
Councilman?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I approve the extension.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item 3, consider a request from the property owner for additional time to remodel the structure located at 1812 Southwest D Avenue per section 611108, section D, that states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by the council. John.
1812 Southwest D Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve a permanent extension. As you can see, this structure has new windows, new doors, new siding, new roof, and new trim. Any questions?
Seeing none, Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a forward note, I think it's wonderful that these properties are getting redone, and they just look wonderful, and I make a motion to approve the extension.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item 4, consider a request from the property owner for additional time to remodel the structure located at 2011 Southwest Douglas Avenue per section 611108, section D. It states after 180 days, the property would go back to City Council for specific authorization by the council. John.
2011 Southwest Douglas Avenue. The staff recommendation is to deny a permanent extension. As you can see in the photos right here, the photo on the right is one that is taken with a broken window. We've been having calls of vagrancy on the structure. The structure still has damaged siding, broken windows, and doors. Any questions?
Seeing none, Councilwoman?
I motion that it be denied, the extension.
We have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item 5, consider a request from the property owner for additional time to remodel the structure located at 1305 Southwest 26th Street per section 611108, section D. That states after 180 days, the property would go back to city council for specific authorization by the council. John?
1305 Southwest 26th Street. Staff recommendation is to approve a permit extension. This structure right here, they did remove the carport of the front of the structure, and the new property owner on there is actually remodeling the inside of the structure first. He already has had a electrical permit, electrical inspection, and he's looking to get a plumbing inspection next. Any questions?
Your recommendation is approval.
Is to approve, yes, sir.
Councilman?
Yes, I make a motion to approve the extension.
And a second, Mr. Uyghur seconded it. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Can I have a motion to go into executive session? So moved. Second. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
It's 1, 2. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test, test.
Oh, we need a motion to return from executive session. So moved. And please call the roll.
Hooton. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Item number 1, Jerry.
Pursuant to Section 307C-.11 and Section 307B.3, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the City Council convened an executive session for the purpose of conferring on matters pertaining to economic development, including the transfer of property, financing, or the creation of a proposal to entice a business to locate within their jurisdiction, and to discuss the potential purchase of real property, the public disclosure of which would violate the confidentiality of prospective business entities. Mayor, no action is to be taken.
Can I have a motion for adjournment? Motion to adjourn. Second. Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, the special council meeting is adjourned. I will at this time call to order the special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
The quorum is established. Business item number 1, receive a report from Friesen Nichols regarding the water and wastewater rate study. The rate study outlines the development of an industrial user rate and provides a sustainability plan to support all water and wastewater needs over the next 20 years. Rusty.
There it is. Last year, we presented a rate study to the council about this time. This year, we have updated that rate study to current numbers and reevaluated it against the peer cities. We have Friesen Nichols here to do a presentation over the current rates and where we stand with the current rates and possible projections of future rates. Kara.
Thanks, Rusty, and thanks, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be back to provide that update. My name is Kara Sharor, and I'm with Friesen Nichols, and I will talk through kind of what we're seeing in this new rate study and the rates that will be required. And I'm pushing the wrong button, maybe? Technology always gets you. Thank you so much. Okay, so what we're going to cover today is we're going to talk a little bit about what's entailed in the cost of service study and the goals that we are trying to reach for the City of Lawton. We're going to look at expenditure changes into FY27, as well as an understanding of your current customer base and consumption within the system. We'll show recommended rates for fiscal year 27 for water and wastewater, and provide a forecast of estimated changes over the 5-year period. Okay, there we go. I think I actually got a little excited with that. So when we look at what the goals were for this study, obviously the most important part is to ensure there's revenue sufficiency to cover the cost of operations for your water system and your sewer system. So that's the primary goal. Currently, there are a limited number of classifications within the City of Lawton for water and wastewater, and there's a desire to break off industrial customers into their own classification, so we've included that in this recommendation. We have benchmarked your water and sewer bills against 8 other peer cities. Another thing that was included in this cost of service was the inclusion of some system renewals. So recognizing the life cycle costs of your current infrastructure, the necessary investment to rehab and replace your system as necessary to ensure regulatory compliance and efficient operation of the water and wastewater systems, and then of course to forecast that future revenue. Just a really quick overview of how this study works. We start by determining the revenue requirements, and that's the amount of money that'll be required from your water and sewer ratepayers to fund the operations of the system, including any capital improvements. We look at consumption from each customer class and determine how they're utilizing the system to be able to cost allocate back to each customer class. And then we look at your rate design to see if there are opportunities to enhance the way you are structured, and that is one of the reasons we'll be recommending the industrial rate class. Okay, so I'm going to start by talking about the cost of the system. So this is the revenue requirement. What we're really focused on here is the change we see in this most recent study period. So initially we came in and we looked at your numbers from fiscal year 23 and 24. So now we're showing sort of the difference between fiscal year 25 to what we're projecting for fiscal year 27. Have it broken out in a couple of categories. All of these numbers are woven into the overall Lawton Water Authority, which of course also includes solid waste. So we're just focused on water and wastewater here. So when you look at the water and sewer operations and maintenance expense, which are the first two lines, you see on the water side, we have an increase of about 8% over the 2-year period for water. Sewer appears to be a bit of a reduction. In the 2-year period, there was a little infusion of dollars into the fiscal year 25 budget to fund some sewer construction activities. Those dollars did not continue on, so you're seeing that $12 million O&M mark pretty consistently. When you look at that in the context of CPI, the Bureau of Labor Statistics actually presents a CPI specifically for water and wastewater services. That has run about 5% a year over the last couple of years. It has been several years since the city of Lawton has increased water or sewer rates. And so if you look at that cumulative impact, it's about 27, 28% in CPI changes since the last water and sewer rate increase. The general fund transfer is calculated by the finance department. That is currently being held flat at just over or just under $16 million. So the utility is responsible for the Waurika transfer. There is a separate fee that is assessed. However, the fee does not fully recover the cost of that debt and O&M expense, so the remainder is picked up by water ratepayers. And so we're seeing that continue to increase as well. And I want to take just a moment to talk about debt service. So the water and sewer systems both benefit from the use of sales tax to secure and repay a portion of the debt incurred by the systems. So what I'm showing here is only the remainder that is funded by water and sewer ratepayers. And you see that is the most significant area of increase that we're looking at. So the second major component of any rate study is to look at your customer base and consumption. So you're primarily a residential system with 98% of your water customers being residential or small business. They're in one category for water, and 92% of all sewer accounts being residential. When you start to look at how the system's used, it's a little bit of a different scenario where you see residential as around 40% of both water and sewer usage. You have a significant portion of your consumption that is used outside the city limits, and so that is made up of some outside residential and then Fort Sill primarily. So Fort Sill is about 21% of your total water use. You do have some other special contracts, and on the sewer side, you have one special contract that makes up about 14% of total use. Okay, I do want to quickly remind you of what your current rates are and how they're structured to help with the recommendation moving forward. So all of your customers pay both a base fee and a volumetric rate. So the base fee does include, for inside city limits customers, 2,000 gallons of usage. And then you can see the volumetric rate for each class. When you look at outside customers, I believe when these were initially set, there was a multiplier. As we look at rate increases on outside customers, it's dollar for dollar. So if we add a penny to the inside rate, we add a penny to the outside rate. You do offer a senior citizen low-income discount on that base fee of $6.25 a month. Similar situation on the wastewater side, where the 2,000 gallons are included. The caveat here is that your residential customer use is capped at 12,000 gallons. So any water recorded over 12,000 gallons is not calculated as part of the wastewater charge. And you have a senior low income discount of $4.75 a month. Your special contracts affect a couple of different entities. So Fort Sill's contract just indicates that they will get the lowest rates available, and that is currently your contract rates with Goodyear and Republic. Those rates were negotiated and implemented in April of 2024, and it is a 5-year contract with gradual increases, and here you see the current rates. Okay, so as we move on to the benchmarks, a little bit of a shifting there in the box, but Lawton is still pretty clearly defined there. So we're looking at a current bill for Lawton for water and sewer services of $58.95. So when you look at that compared to your peer cities, you can see it is at the bottom, with only Norman being slightly lower. It is the lowest in terms of sewer charges. And this is based on a typical residential customer using 5,000 gallons a month. Lawton's typical is just slightly below 5,000. So this is reflective of your current residential customer base and the way they use the system. Jumping back to the rate design consideration, I showed you the rates for your non-residential customers and your contract customers, and you currently have a bit of an inequity between the cost of service there because you're charging a lower rate on those contract services, and that can be addressed through rate design with the addition of the industrial class. The sewer side does not account for strengths in the discharge because that is dealt with through surcharges currently in place at the city. Okay, so what we're looking at here is what the projected cost of providing water services is for fiscal year 2027. So you can see that is just under $26 million. And again, this is only the amount required from regular water and wastewater ratepayers. So it subtracts any of the costs any of the additional revenues that are used to offset costs like account service fees, miscellaneous interest earnings, those kinds of things. Since the current contract customers are not paying cost of service rates, we're taking their total revenue and subtracting it from the revenue requirement. But you can see based on what's coming in with your current water rates at just over $20 million, there's about a $5 million gap to fill. Excuse me. So these are the recommended rates for 2027. It's about a 10% increase in all of the base fees. And then on the volumetric fee, you see a $1 increase to the residential. I'm thinking on your screens, you may be able to see all the way down this slide, so you can see wholesale as well. Okay. Sorry, we ended up with a bit of a formatting change. So I'll show you what that looks like on the typical bill. These rates are consistent with each individual classification's cost of service. On the sewer side, your current rates are bringing in just over $10 million. So you may remember when I showed you the O&M costs for sewer, it was just under $13 million. So your current rates are not recovering your basic operations and maintenance expense. And I think in addition to that, you have your capital expenses. So we also saw a reduction in other revenues associated with the sewer system, and that's why you're seeing a larger gap here on the water side. So $11.9 million to be recovered. To do that, it adds $1 to the base fees for all classifications, and you can see for residential, the volumetric rate increases by $3. And you see the other classifications as you look through the chart. Again, these are much more consistent with each classification's true cost of service. Okay, so when you look at the impact of that change, it ends up being $5 a month on the water side. Again, this is for 5,000 gallons. I apologize for the formatting. I apologize for that. And then $10 a month on the sewer side. Again, that 2,000 gallons is included in the base fee. So when we look again at the benchmarks against the proposed, you see a $73 total bill proposed. This slide is slightly different because you see the pale blue or turquoise section of the bar actually separates what every utility is sharing or transferring rather to the general fund. So the blue, the dark blue and the green reflect the amount that stays within the water and sewer systems, and the green part or the turquoise part is transferred to the general fund. So several cities in Oklahoma make a similar transfer. It is a little bit more significant when you're looking at the city of Lawton. This comparison simply subtracts that general fund portion and shows where the proposed rates in terms of its contribution to the operation and maintenance and capital expense necessary to run the water and sewer systems. So you can see it moves from the lowest to the second lowest typical bill. So making those adjustments would allow the revenue recovery necessary to continue to fully operate the system. When you look forward to costs in the next 5 years, you see you will continue to have some modest changes in the revenue requirement. And ideally, you would be looking at adjusting rates accordingly. One thing you can't see from the revenue requirement change is related to fiscal year 2030. So that's when your contracts expire and your current contract customers can merge with the new industrial customer class. And so the revenue you'll be bringing in from those customers will be a little higher to offset that impact to your other customer classes. And I am happy, along with Rusty, to answer any questions.
I happen to have some. Is when you're using the word requirement, if you would go back one screen, are you saying that's what's required to keep the system operating without supplementation elsewhere? I'm going to tell you why I'm asking to make sure I get the answer I'm looking for. We currently supplement our replacements of water lines and sewer lines with CIP 1/2 designated cent, most of which goes to water and sewer, which is not the best way to operate a utility system. But because for years we've done it this way and not charged enough to maintain the system, and for probably pushing 30 years now, we've been under consent order by the ODEQ for our failing sewer system. I hope we're working on getting out of that. But if we do, it will only be because we supplemented it with CIP funds, which keeps us from doing other quality of life things. Are you saying this requirement, you've got the word requirement, that is required to maintain the system, or is that just required to get through the year?
Sure. So this is a future forecast. So what this assumes is your current O&M expense with our known changes plus inflationary impacts over this 5-year period. It assumes a CIP that is funded by debt service that has either already been borrowed through the 2025 issues, plus an additional issue in 2027, fully utilizing the funds available from the 1/2 cent sales tax and some previous funding from the 1 1/8 cent sales tax back to the rest of the debt from 2018. So it assumes that you're using all that sales tax that you're currently using to pay debt service, and the balance that is above the available sales tax dollars is plugged into these numbers.
Okay, are the numbers you're giving us here enough to maintain the system long-term, doing the capital project and capital replacement required to have a system that's not breaking down every 5 seconds?
Excellent question. So I think this gets to the system renewal piece, right? So what we have plugged in here are dollars beginning in 2027 and expanding in 2030. So the initial investment is related to plant infrastructure, and then in 2030, there's additional funds for the distribution and collection systems.
So I think what I'm hearing is you have calculated the cost to maintain the system or renew the system, we might say, because it's all pretty old.
Yes, over the 5-year period, there are, and you may want to speak to the amount of renewal.
The target here was to provide that debt service coverage to carry us for 15 years out into the future. And as these rates right here will get us to the point we can continue the rehabilitation of the system as life cycle ends and critical nature becomes critical. We're critical on many areas now, and we're trying to stay ahead of them. If we don't move, we're going to have things starting to come down around our shoulders. And that's
Yeah, and I agree with that. Now, I want you to go back to the transfer slide.
Sure.
Okay, are you telling us with this slide that we currently transfer money out of a system that is not bringing in enough to sustain itself? Is that what you're telling us here?
So I'm telling you that your current rates are bringing in revenue. A significant portion of that revenue is transferred to the general fund. So when you look at the amount that is funding the system itself, it is just the dark blue and green portion of the bar.
Okay, when I look at my utility bill,
Yeah.
what on there represents that $19.45 or whatever it is?
So when you look at your utility bill, it's woven into the rates. So $4.65 for your water volumetric rate includes a portion of the general fund transfer, and $2 per thousand on your sewer volumetric rate includes a portion of the general fund transfer.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is we're not charging enough to keep this system up, and we're still transferring it to the general
Yes, sir.
fund for other city operations. Am I right?
That is 100% right.
Okay. Well, okay, your very first slide, I think it was, on revenue requirements.
Yeah.
Okay, right here, I'm not understanding this, and the word requirements, what's getting me. Because to me, requirement means to keep the system up. But it sounds like this, in this one, requirement doesn't mean that. It means to meet the annual
Yeah.
current obligations.
Yes.
Is that right?
Sorry, it is just an industry term to determine what rates need to be based on. So
But
this
yet-
is simply what is required in fiscal year '27 to continue to operate and to fund your capital.
Okay, tell me what the minus 17%. How did we get to a place where you're telling us we need increasing rates to maintain this system that is at the failure point? I get it, but you have a minus 17%. Explain that to
Sure.
me.
That's a $3 million included in the FY '25 budget for sewer construction. You may speak to the source of those funds.
Those funds, prior to that, came out of a previous CIP and was funded out of a previous CIP. Those funds ended, and now that $3 million is actually out of force account loan proceeds that we're still working on the system, but it's coming out of the OWRB SRF loan proceeds.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
So you see that in the debt service.
Final question. Are your recommendations including, because my guess is we're going to be discussing before budget, are we going to catch up on all the years we didn't raise the rates? And when inflation goes up and we don't raise the rate, we've actually cut it in reality. Is your recommendation in addition to inflation catch-up, or is your recommendation include inflation catch-up?
So the recommendation for fiscal year '27 includes the inflationary change, or the expected inflationary change between fiscal year '26 and '27, plus any known changes in operations. We saw some increases in things like chemicals and power, as well as your debt service requirements.
Okay.
When you look forward to 28 through 31, it does include an inflationary increase and your debt schedule.
Okay, would you go back to that chart, please, and show it to us? And I think you had it on a water chart and a sewer
The
chart.
actual, I'm sorry, which one?
Recommended
Rates?
increase. What
Yes.
you're recommending we increase
Yes.
in '27, which starts July 1. You're proposing a $2 increase in this top line, residential business, $2 increase,
One more
right?
slide, and you can see the residential. If it goes one more slide.
Isn't that sewer?
Two more slides.
I mean, what everybody's wanting to know, what the news media is gonna put
Sure.
on, what the TV's gonna put on, is how much the utility bill, what your recommendation is, the increase in the residential utilities.
Yes, apologize for the way this looks again, but you're looking at $5 a month for your typical residential customer for water and $10 a month for your typical residential customer for sewer.
Okay, you're recommending a $15. Now, can you go to the chart that compares us to other cities?
Current rates are proposed.
Pardon me? At your proposed rate? We would, about even with more, just a tick more than Enid, and Norman is the low guy. And then we're somewhat less than all these others, okay? All right, who's got
And
questions?
The key point here is, we're still, on what we're using on water and wastewater, we're still the low one on that, just a few dollars different between us and Norman.
If you don't count
The
transfers, we're still the,
We're still next to the
we're
lowest.
certainly bottom percentage, aren't we?
Yes, we're not anywhere near the median.
Yeah, do I have questions down here? Do I have questions down here?
Oklahoma City, this past month or so ago, notified their customers that they plan on doing an 8% increase on water and sewer every year for the next 5 years. More Midwest City, all are purchase customers from, they will be going up that equal to what Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City will be increasing their rates 40% over the next 5 years.
Okay, this is not an action item, correct? You're just
It
giving
allows
it,
you to make recommendations, but tell us where you want us to go from here.
okay, yes, Tiffany.
Hi, Ms. Cara. So I brought my water bill. It's currently $84.23. So with this increase, it's gonna be almost $100. Is that correct based on your projections?
Yes, I assume that bill has solid waste on it as well.
Yes.
Yes, so it doesn't include the solid waste portion, but yes, $15 would be associated with water and wastewater.
That's if you use 5,000 gallons.
Exactly, that's typical
If
residential.
you use less than 5,000 gallons per month, it's less than that. 2,000 gallons per month, the rate is only increasing the base fee,
Yeah.
the dollar.
So it's $3 total.
What's the typical use, Rusty?
5,000 gallons.
It's
Typical-
$47.50.
Per household?
Yes.
So we're a family of 4, typical use is $5,000, so it will go up $15.
Yes, the typical home.
Sure, and that's just based on looking at how each residential customer uses it throughout the year. So it's a normalized number. Obviously, you'd probably use more in August than you would in January.
Ms. Williams, were you next? Oh, Mr. Wigger?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand that you were saying we had a shortfall. We are bringing in 10 million currently at our current water rate with a deficit of 13. That's our actual cost.
On the sewer side.
On the sewer side, not the
Correct.
water side?
So the sewer side is the one where you have the biggest deficiency.
What did you, were your conclusion as to why that was?
Oh, so it's actually a number of reasons.
Okay.
So obviously, your current rates aren't keeping pace with your current, even your basic O&M costs. You have an increase in O&M costs that it needs to cover, as well as that increased debt service. If you look at your borrowing over the last 5 years, it is primarily on the sewer side.
Right.
So all those payments are scheduled now,
Okay.
right? We also saw a reduction in other revenues associated with the sewer system. So there were previously some much higher budgeted numbers for things like late fees and other account service fees, as well as some penalties or surcharges rather associated with some wastewater discharge strengths. So those aren't repeatable revenues. So what we saw was a reduction in revenues and an increase in cost.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
So just so I understand, we don't make enough to self-sustain the system. You've projected it out, but what I think I saw was from debt service, 7 million to 13 million in 1 year change. That would be one thing I need to understand. The other is I'm not quite sure I understand the general fund transfer. Is that sales tax revenue we collect in general fund and provide to you for operations? Or is that money you generate that you provide to the general fund?
Yes, so what that is money collected by the water and sewer utility and transferred to the general fund to fund general fund operations. It is not uncommon for a utility to transfer funds to the general fund. Usually there is a transfer associated with the services that are provided to the utility by the general fund. So you think about law, HR, those sorts of functions, city manager's office,
Okay.
those functions.
So that takes me back
So it's the level of the transfer.
my question for you to operate in the future and progressions. You are still incorporating the transfer to the general fund.
Yes, although we've left it flat at the current amount.
Oh,
The
that's
actual showed an increase in the projection.
okay, but I understand that correctly.
It's incorporated, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we use in the general funds money generated from this system.
Yes, the
Just
general
by-
fund is operating off of funds from the
Yeah,
utility
just by
system.
my silly math, if we stop moving it to the general fund, $15 million, you would operate without anything else needed.
I'll let you answer.
Pretty close?
That is very correct. If no transfers occurred, we would have sufficient funds from the current water rates.
Okay, on the water
Thank you.
portion,
Yeah.
not on the entire city.
Not on the entire city. And-
The
but it
domino
is- It is an
effect-
important part of the
The
holistic
domino
part of the
affects the
system.
entire operation. Mr. Hooton.
The percentage of money transferred here, how does that compare to the other cities? It may have been on there, I just missed it.
You can look at the graph.
So we do have that graphically. It may be a little hard to determine. It is the largest transfer, and if you look, cities of, Edmond, Broken Arrow, Edmond and Broken Arrow at the top of the list have no general fund transfer. And then you see a more modest transfer. So the next largest one is 1191. Yours, as a component of a typical bill, is almost $25.
Thank you.
Did you want to talk again? Ms. Demery.
So, Ms. Carr, maybe I missed it, but can you explain, I'm not sure which slide is it, but it's the sewer rates. And it's the current and the proposed. The non-industrial and the non-residential outside seem disproportionately low compared to our residential. Did I miss something? I mean, how do we ensure that businesses pay their fair share?
So It is based on the way each classification uses the system, meaning how much water do they take and how do they use the water? Are they peaking off the system or is it pretty consistent use? Usually with an industrial customer, you have few customers with consistent monthly use, right? Residential customers tend to peak a little bit more in the summer for outdoor watering. This proposed volumetric rate, you can see sort of the way it aligns against the current, does do a better job of reflecting the actual cost of service. So on non-residential, you're seeing a pretty significant increase. Now, when you look at outside the city limits rates, again, your ordinance requires that the rate increase track the rate increase of inside the city. So if you add a penny to the inside rate, you add just a penny to the outside rate.
So right now, the industrial doesn't pay a base fee?
I'm so sorry. There is no industrial right now.
Okay.
So that is the classification we're creating, which is why I can't show a 2026.
And also, the reason that those track penny per penny is due to a lawsuit on rate studies that occurred about 15 years. I guess now it's 2026. So it's about 18 years ago.
It's always a good legacy.
Mr. Warren?
I was wanting to maybe complicate it a little bit more. But just for those that, and I don't know how it figures in there, but take Edmond, for example. One of the main reasons that they don't transfer money out of their water and sewer is because they have electric. So that's a whole nother animal. I don't know how many of those other cities do that also, but that's kind of what Edmond's story is.
I think Edmond's the only one of our peers that has electric. Stillwater's close to being a peer, and they have electric, but currently we don't use them as a peer. Ms. Williams?
I was just wondering, how does, these water associations work in there? Because just recently, I know one of the areas right here in Lawton, Water Association Wedgewood was like, I think, $28,000 in debt that they had not paid.
Yeah, that is an outside water sales, and it falls under the outside water sales, residential outside water sales. That's the current rates that they are billed on, and on that current column is the residential outside water rates. And their problem is their main had so many leaks in it that they were losing water. They were paying the individual bills, but they were not paying for the loss from the master meter, and that's what escalated that amount. Now, the council directed us to install a new water main, and we're going to assess that cost to them for that new water main. That water main is installed. We have to make the connection and chlorinate and back it, and it should be finished and put in operation in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, just to recap for me, we're not charging enough. We haven't charged enough for years. That's why 25 or 30 years ago, the DEQ put us under a consent order and forced us to replace a certain number. And I see on
And
Ms.
if we don't
Demery's
do
bill,
something, it will get back to that point very quickly.
just as we're about to get out of it because we supplemented with CIP dollars. We currently have a $2.75 fee that's directly related to replacing failing sewer infrastructure,
yes.
which I'm guessing has to do with the DEQ action.
It was related to the DEQ, but we're still continuing to replace sewer mains with that 235, plus some CIP loan funds to replace sewer mains with our in-house construction personnel.
And just for
Okay.
context, that's about $1 million a year that comes in from that fee.
Okay, we're $5, your current recommendation is $5 on water, $10 on sewer.
Yes.
Thank you. And who had a question down here? Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. With the potential future growth of our city in the business area, handling, and maybe I'm off track a little bit, but the change improvements that we've made with our current water and system upgrades around throughout our city, how will that impact businesses or potential businesses that might come to our city? Would it overwhelm the system, I guess is the question I'm trying to get to, because you can't charge them for something you can't provide.
We evaluate, when a proposal for an industry comes, we evaluate their demand and what it takes to get their demand to them. Like if a company builds a factory out on Goodyear Boulevard, we evaluate what we've got available there, what we can produce and deliver there, and see what their demand is, and see what it would take in cost to, if we had to increase that volume there, or we have the treatment capabilities at the plant. The thing is we need to do repair and equipment upgrades, and Medicine Park Treatment Plant was upgraded in 2002. That is 24 years ago. It needs some equipment replaced that is obsolete now. The Southeast Water Treatment Plant, we all think of a new plant. That plant is now 15 years old. There are some of the equipment in there that's needing replacement now. It's reached its life cycle, some of the things in there.
I understand that. My question is, with the upgrading that has been done, is being done, have we put the foresight enough in there to cover to where what we have put in does not need to be upgraded because it's not large enough to handle what potential growth we would like to see take place?
Unless it's in this astronomical volume that they require, we have, and the council directed us here a few weeks ago to do this redundancy for the industrial park. Those are things that we're putting in place and trying to put funding together through other funding sources outside of this to help us fund some of those improvements and everything, which really helps shore up those areas and produce additional flow if the demand comes to us. We have additional capacity of about 6 million gallon out on Goodyear Boulevard right now above what's currently being used.
Okay.
Now, this redundant system will almost give us twice that much out there. Okay. So we are planning for the future too, that
Good.
being able to handle that. So.
Good, thank you.
But it does take money.
Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a lot of talk about where we're at and where we need to go to break even. In their studies, were any cities producing a surplus off their utility bills that you looked at, or did you even look at that?
So that would be very unusual for utilities run as enterprise funds, and so projected revenue has to equal projected expenses.
And that's a law? That has to be that way, or is that just the way it usually runs?
That is the best practice. Certainly, I can't speak for all utilities. I have not seen a surplus built into a rate structure in that way.
The difference there, they would have, that money can only be used there.
I can't hear you very well. Can you get closer?
They would create a sinking fund for replacement and upgrade of their facility, a bank account there to fund future projects. And that's where any overages that they had, that's where that money would go to fund those projects.
So there is overages, but they're not worked into.
We don't know that, but the ones that, the ones real higher rates could actually, at the rates they're charging, they could be able to build a life cycle replacement out of their water rates solely.
Well, Councilman Uyghur kind of sparked this in me because he was talking about new businesses coming in. Of course, they're going to be using a lot more water, which means that we'll be selling more gallons. And you're saying that even selling more of the gallons, there's no way we can run a surplus because this is called enterprise funds.
So I think it's the concept of surplus, right? So instead of it being a surplus, what you're doing is you're developing your rates to recover the revenue necessary to cover your operations and maintenance expense. your capital and debt expense, and any additions to reserve that are necessary. So to Rusty's point about creating a sinking fund, or to be able to build funds in reserve for future projects, you could do that within your rate structure. That wouldn't be considered a surplus, as it would be transferred to another fund.
Like you were showing the overages that we and some of the other cities put in. I mean,
Right.
it was noted down there that if we didn't transfer money into the general fund, then we would break even.
Right, so
And
your
thus-
rates, sorry.
Excuse me, and thus, you're saying that the word surplus is a semantical thing, that there is overages monetarily that we could make, but they would do the same thing that we're doing by pulling the money and taking it into the general fund. They would go into a sinking fund or something else.
So your rates are currently funding a transfer to another fund.
Okay, so,
In this case, it's the general fund.
Okay, with that said, with the semantical things, are there cities in the benchmarks that you were doing that are running in that overage?
Right, so the benchmarks were based on publicly available data associated with their published rates by classification using this 5,000 gallon benchmark threshold. So we didn't look in detail at how they were spending their money. We looked at what their rates were that were being charged.
Okay. There's a question in my mind of variables. You know, any study that you do, there's variables that you have, and you try to isolate variables that when you do the benchmarks on each one. So I just had that question, because we're talking about, there was a ceiling that everybody's running perfect, and I'm thinking surely somebody's selling water, because I know that, Rusty, I think you and I have had discussion that there's 3 12-inch mains serving Fort Sill, correct?
We have two 24-inch mains that serves Fort Sill. We have a 30 and a 42-inch main that brings water all the way to Lawton.
Okay. Okay, I'll need to think about it. I appreciate you answering those questions.
Mr. Warren?
I was just going to mention that when you start talking about surplus and stuff, if we were a brand-new city, I might understand how we could have a surplus. But, and I'm just going to throw these numbers out there, Rusty can tell me if it's anywhere close, but in the next 20 years, we need to spend about $750 million to repair and upgrade our water and sewer system. So until that's done, there's never going to be a surplus.
Yep, it's approximately $700 million, which is $750 million.
What is the consequence of us not taking action?
So it's really twofold. So obviously, if you're not even meeting your O&M expense, you're going to be taking that money from another source. The city is paying those dollars. What you're doing then is you're allowing for significant deferred maintenance, which will create regulatory concerns and service level concerns. It also becomes difficult to fully fund your operations, so your responsiveness to citizens, all of that would decline as well.
Okay, so here's what I think I hear. If we kick the can down the road, the regulators are going to force us to do it anyway. Is that correct?
I will say that's what tends to happen when cities have significantly deferred maintenance.
On top of that, what would also occur is you're setting yourself, if we had a catastrophic failure, that we don't have the money to fix. And that, you know, a couple of years ago, we had 850 main breaks. With the water lines we've replaced, we've reduced that number. But those numbers will start to climb again. And they will get to the point we don't have the manpower or the personnel to sustain them, to actually repair them. And that's really what it amounts to. You set back, we set back down to a couple hundred main breaks a year. But each year, those will start escalating again, because there's still lines out there that are the same age of the ones we replaced. They just hadn't started failing yet.
So I'm thinking that we either pay now or our kids pay later. Is that reasonable?
It's pay now or pay when we
right.
don't want to pay.
You know,
with other consequences.
With other
This same
consequences.
thing happens to all of us every day, and they're hard decisions, and I know the council will be thinking, I don't have any recommendations for you. You ask them for recommendations. Mr. Warren?
I just wanted to add one thing. When the mayor just asked that question about what will happen if we don't do something, and I'll admit, even though I usually voted to raise rates, even when they didn't get raised, that what happens if we don't do it is the same thing that happened 30 years ago when we haven't done this, which got us into this position where we're at right now.
And we get told how to do it.
Every single time that
Choose how to do it. We get told how to do it.
Yeah.
that rates come, nobody wants to raise them because that's, the citizens don't like that. But I can tell you the first year that I was here, and I wish I remembered the percentages, but it hadn't been done for 3 or 4 years, and we ended up raising rates like 15% plus $7. And I was nobody's favorite for a really long time. But that's what happens. If you don't do it, you're going to be worse off in 20 years.
Thank you. So my recommendation is this, that the council consider this, consider the result of no action, and consider the result of action, and decide what your decision we're going to make for the future. Manager's going to have to bring it back at a later date, probably during the budget process or something. Everybody good? It's not an action item. We're going to move on. Motion for adjournment. A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Water Authority meeting stands adjourned. I will now call to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council. Please stand for the invocation. Do we have somebody giving the invocation today? By Bob Uyghur, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Let's pray. Father, we're so thankful for the opportunity to stand before you this evening as we look at conducting the matters before us for our city. We ask for your wisdom. And Lord, you've told us that when we called unto you, that you would answer and reveal to us the understanding, and you exercise the knowledge that you've entrusted to us. We thank you for this opportunity. We pray for the wisdom as we proceed now into this meeting. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right, thank you, and please call the roll.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
The quorum is established. Item number 1, moment of silence for Cody Adams. City Manager.
Mayor, council, citizens, unfortunately this past weekend, the city of Lawton lost an employee. 23-year-old Cody Adams tragically passed away. He was a sewer system construction employee for 2.5 years in public utilities. We're going to miss him dearly and deeply, and we'd like to observe a moment of silence in Cody's honor.
Thank you. Now we'll move to item number 4. We're going to go out of order a little bit. We've had some folks waiting a long time for us to recognize them. I'm going to go with the Developmental Disabilities Month, so if my friends will come forward, we'll do that first. Doing great. Come on down here and let's spread out across the front, okay? Come on down. Thank you guys for coming today. So good to see you. Yeah. I'm glad you're here, and we're sorry we had to make you wait so long. So this is Developmental This is Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. And so we're excited to have this group with us here today. Let's give them a big round of applause just for coming down. Good-looking group. Whereas individuals living with developmental disabilities are valued members of our community, contributing in meaningful and diverse ways, and are deserving of dignity, respect, inclusion, and equal access to opportunities that allow them to reach their fullest potential. Whereas millions of Americans live with developmental disabilities and may face unique challenges that require compassion, specialized care, strong support system, and community understanding. Whereas the City of Lawton also proudly acknowledges the compassionate work of Parker Place Living Centers, whose staff provides quality care, support, a nurturing environment that enhances the lives and independence of residents with developmental and long-term care needs. Whereas Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month provides an important opportunity to increase public awareness, promote an understanding, and celebrate the abilities, talents, and contributions of individuals with developmental disabilities while recognizing those who support them. Therefore, I do proclaim the month of March 2026 Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month and urge all residents to champion initiatives that promote inclusion, expand accessibility, and create meaningful opportunities for every member of our community. And this group is from?
Parker Place, Living.
Okay, let's get a picture. Y'all want a picture? Yeah! All right, can I get right here? Okay, you guys smile back there. All right, let's give them a nice big round of applause. Who wants to start?
Parker Place is a great place to live. It's really wonderful, and the staff are awesome.
All right, one more round of applause. Thank you, guys. God bless you all. We're sorry you had to wait so long. Thank you. Thank you. I have lots of favorite groups, and another one of my favorite groups is the Vietnam veterans. And so this is, would my Vietnam veteran buddies that I see over here, please come up. Let's give them some appreciation while they're walking up. How you doing? All right. Love living in a city that loves its veterans. And we're so proud of all of our veterans and certainly proud of our Vietnam War veterans. Whereas it's fitting for the citizens of Lawton Fort Sill community and our great nation to recognize the extraordinary service and sacrifice of our Vietnam War veterans, as well as their spouses and surviving family members whose strength and support sustain them through times of war and beyond. Whereas the Vietnam War is the story of Americans from every corner of our country who left the comfort of home to serve a nation that loved, patriots who faced grave danger, placed themselves in harm's way for their fellow service members, and endured long and difficult days in defense of freedom and liberty. Whereas more than a decade of conflict left a lasting imprint on a generation, with many returning home bearing physical wounds and many more carrying the unseen effects of post-traumatic stress, exposure to Agent Orange, and memories that would never fade. And more than 58,000 Americans made the ultimate sacrifice, their names forever honored and remembered. Whereas we live in freedom today because of the courage and sacrifices made by these brave men and women, and we acknowledge with gratitude the more than 365,000 Oklahomans who have served our nation in times of peace and war to protect our security and preserve our liberties. And whereas it is essential that we honor those who were wounded, those who continue to carry the burdens of war, and especially those who gave their lives in service to our country. For their sacrifices merit our deepest respect and enduring gratitude. And whereas organizations such as the Vietnam Veterans of America Chapter 751 continue to advocate for veterans, provide support and fellowship, and ensure that the legacy and service of Vietnam veterans are never forgotten within our community. I do with pride hereby proclaim March 29, 2026 as National Vietnam War Veterans Day, and encourage all citizens to join in honoring and thanking our Vietnam veterans and their families for their service, sacrifice, and unwavering dedication to the nation. Let's give these Vietnam veterans another big round of applause. Okay, we got to take a picture. Who's gonna talk? Who's the leader? I'm not talking right now. Yeah, who's gonna talk? Tell us a little bit about your organization.
This is only a portion of the Vietnam veterans that are here in Lawton and the surrounding area. We meet once a month, go over old things and things we did, and hope that they don't ever happen again. It's been a long trip, but we're still hanging in there, carrying Vietnam with us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to item 2, consider receiving a presentation for Garber on the Draft 1 Lawton Comprehensive Plan, otherwise known as the 2050 Land Use Plan, and provide comments as deemed necessary. Christie.
Good evening. If you'll remember, a few years ago, we kicked off this endeavor. And so after 2 years of working with Garber, we've come to a draft plan. And so Garber is here today to present that draft plan to you. So this is James Walden.
Thank you so much. It is very much a pleasure to get to, and an honor to get to present to you all. When I started working on this, I didn't know anything about Lawton. I have discovered that Lawton has a very far reach. Everybody, almost everybody that I encounter has a Lawton story. And so you're a community that has tentacles that go all across this country, and it's really a beautiful community of a lot of promise and potential, and really wonderful. Excited to share with you sort of about the plan itself and kind of how we've gone through this and some of the major provisions. So what is a comprehensive plan? And really it's about setting a vision for the next 20 to 25 years for the community in terms of land use, quality of life, community strategy, transportation, character, all of those things, and figuring out how we get there. So this idea of what we want to be and how we get there. Where are we in the process? So the project has consisted of 3 phases. The first was Lawton Today, where we had a kickoff. We did community engagement as part of that process. That really was about where Lawton stands now. And then we shifted into a focus of Lawton Tomorrow, where we did a lot of visioning, more community engagement, looked at strategy and all of those elements. And now we're really at sort of the phase 3 with our final public input with more open house. We had an open house yesterday. We're sort of going into a public comment period with this as well, and doing our plan presentations for refinement is where we're at. So a little bit about existing conditions. These are some of the data that we looked at, looking at population change and where the city has seen growth, where the city has seen population decline. And largely when you look at that in terms of population growth on the east side, the southwest side is where over the past 10 years you've seen that change. Why do we look at these types of things? It's really to get a picture of, okay, what are the trends, and start to sort of develop a picture of the community. One of the things that was really interesting that you'll note is every day the population of Lawton goes up during the workday by over 3,000 or nearly 3,000 folks. And so you've got another 15,000 or so that live and work in Lawton. But the thing that's interesting that I wouldn't have guessed was you've got 11,000 people that are living in Lawton and commuting out. Where are they going? There's a lot of different destinations where they are commuting to. Some of those are Oklahoma City, which I thought was fairly interesting data to look at. We develop population forecasts. The reason we develop population forecasts are really to get a handle on sort of how much land use demand is going to have. Those things, when we start thinking about all of the stuff where we talked about the rate studies and all of that data, this gives us an idea of what type of land use demands that we're going to have in the future. I don't put a lot of stock in population forecasts because I'm from Arkansas, and if you did a population forecast 60 years ago for Northwest Arkansas, they would have said, oh, it's going to be a bunch of chicken houses. And that's not what it is today. It's a booming metropolis. And so this idea of trend is not destiny. But it does give us a sort of general idea of what we might need in terms of housing production, we might anticipate in terms of future population. The growth areas that we identified through the process really were Southwest Lawton and East Lawton in terms of the areas that can receive new development. There's a lot of areas throughout the entire community that are really appropriate for redevelopment, and there's a lot of really good opportunities there. But when you look at that, Southwest Lawton has sort of the largest opportunities for development, ability to receive probably another 5,000 folks in population. East Lawton's got a lot of potential as well in terms of that new growth, and so that's where we anticipate to see that trend continue. In terms of the community engagement, so throughout the process, we've really tried to do as much as we can to engage the community through this. We did an online survey, got a fair number of responses through that. We did some pop-up events, one out at Cameron University. We were at International Fest as well, got a lot of engagement through that. We did a plan website. We had an online comment map. We did focus groups. We did public workshops as part of it. And really got, I think, a good idea in terms of what the public sentiment was and how people thought the things that we needed to focus on. So the issues that we really heard were boiled down to 6 main areas. Those 6 areas were neighborhood revitalization and housing. A lot of concern about a strong Lawton means a strong Lawton across the entire community. It means we've got to rebuild in our existing places. A focus on quality of life. I think the efforts that have been made with Propel 2040 and the Propel previous CIP are a testament to that those are fundamentally important. Corridor districts and image, sort of how the community presents to visitors when they arrive and how people perceive the community in that regard. Economic development and opportunity. People want a community where they have a good future, where they know they can have a good job. Downtown development. Downtown has so much potential. I look at downtown and I just salivate about all of the potential that exists here. It is amazing. And then similar to what we were talking about previously, infrastructure investment. Y'all have a lot of infrastructure needs and a lot of continued need for infrastructure investment. It's one of those things. We're in a period in the country now. It's not an Oklahoma thing. It's not a South thing. It's not a Midwest thing. It's a nationwide thing where we've got a lot of infrastructure needs. Looking at Lawton tomorrow, with the land use plan, it was broken up into sort of all of these future development in these different place types that we had. With the land use plan, there was really a strong focus on redevelopment and really focusing on those areas, the core of Lawton, but then also a both-and approach with growth, that we understand and know that we've got to have new neighborhoods at the edge. We've got to have both. We can't just focus on one or the other. It's really an all-in strategy in that regard. Some of our target issues and strategy areas, one of those first ones was quality of life and community image. Old Town North is just a real treasure of a neighborhood. And it's an area that previously the city has looked at having historic district protections. I think it's one that would benefit greatly from historic district protections moving forward. Those often are associated with an increase in property values. It gives a lot of assurance to residents in terms of protecting their investments in those locations, and that I think would be a very valuable thing to explore. Looking at the immediate area, sort of the few blocks right around the Matty Bill house, that's such a treasure that could also be a historic preservation overlay, and really I think has a lot of potential in that particular portion of the community. Updating and streamlining the city's commercial design regulations. The image there that you see in the middle, I think it's a pretty attractive structure. Technically, based on the city's existing regulations, it's illegal. But I think, to be fair, I think it's a good structure, and I think probably everyone in this room agrees that. So how do we streamline those things to make those things possible? Additionally, enhanced public art program, exploring the possibility of a 1% for the arts program, looking at gateway corridor enhancements, particularly addressing how folks arrive into the community from Lee Boulevard, 11th Street, and sort of some good examples of seen in other cities like Pueblo, Colorado, where they've addressed that. I think what's being done with Elmer Thomas Park right now is, when I saw some of the images of that, it was physically arresting. It was beautiful. And I thought, man, that is going to be something to behold with a lot of that's going on there. And then finally, one is exploring sort of the outdoor recreation hub potential here. The Wichita Mountains are one of the most unique landscapes within a 500-mile range, particularly if you're going east. And so when you think about that, you think about the folks in Oklahoma City, you think folks all the way back into Arkansas. And then you really start to think about that Dallas market. And those Dallas folks go to Hochatown, they go up into Arkansas, they go all the way up into Missouri. Why not here? The Wichita Mountains are beautiful, and there's a lot of potential for climbing, mountain biking, and really I think it's worthy of a study to kind of look at the market potential of that tourism potential that exists. It is always beautiful to me when I drive over and I first see the mountains, I'm like, man, wow, that's such a beautiful view. Others are neighborhood reinvestment and development. One of these is a sort of a key concept called the Neighborhood Improvement District, really focused, targeted code enforcement, utilizing that paired with housing development incentives. So Abilene, Texas has had a wonderful program that they utilize through their 380 agreements called Rebuild ABI. And they've got a couple neighborhoods where they've had extensive focus and had a lot of success in seeing new housing starts within that portion of the community. Another great one is HB 2147 that passed in the past legislative session that dealt with city lien foreclosures and really a lot of the possibilities that exist with that. I think that's a potential to transform some of the things that the city's doing with dilapidated and dangerous properties. Another is a pre-approved house design program. Tulsa, Bartlesville, there's a lot of these communities that are examples that utilize sort of this idea of you have pre-approved houses that somebody can walk into City Hall and walk out with a building permit with a free house plan that they can utilize and build right then. And then additionally, sort of creative use of the home and CDBG programs as well. Example are, building some housing through those projects. One was an example in Conway, Arkansas, that they built a courtyard cottage using home funds and CDBG funds. And it was really a mix of sort of subsidized and market rate houses that they did with that. In terms of economic development opportunity, some of the key recommendations with that are continuing partnerships with the Chamber and LEDC. Really successful communities have a good relationship with the business community. That is important. I can tell you from past experience that it's critical to success. If you want to move forward, you need to have a good relationship. Employment diversification, additionally, is sort of a key important element. We're in a geopolitically turbulent environment. We're in an economically turbulent environment, and having as many different employers as possible across the community in as many different sectors is important. The city already has a relatively diverse employment base, which is great, but continuing that, I think, is relatively important. One's a proposal there for the Vista Innovation District and kind of exploring that possibility of expansion with sort of tech and military-related industrial in that area. And then finally, protecting the Western Industrial District areas to make sure that really we don't continue to allow adverse uses that sort of would prevent all of those investments that have been made in those areas from being utilized for future industrial. Infrastructure investment, won't go too far into this because I know we just talked so much about infrastructure just a second ago. But looking at sort of only pursuing annexation for economic development purposes, we've got plenty of land to develop inside the city for residential. That will make the city stronger in terms of its tax base and its rate structures. So encouraging infill development. And then also, continuing those investments that have been made in utilities, stormwater, pavement management, continuing those programs are really critically vital as well. Some of the corridors and character districts, these are areas that we talk about our strategy areas. A lot of focus on Sheridan Road, Fort Sill Boulevard, the Vasca Arts District, the Southwestern Development Area. These are all locations that I think have a lot of redevelopment or development potential. When you look at Sheridan Road, adaptation for new types of uses. Fort Sill Boulevard, it's got a lot of legacy commercial that really could be adapted to other uses. It's not very necessarily functional towards that today. Vasca Arts District there on Ferris. That has a lot of potential. You've got lots that have been cleared. You've got that really beautiful theater, and then the potential for all of the new infill development that could happen there to create really a walkable environment. Looking at the Cache Legacy Corridor, this is kind of similar to some of the issues presented with Fort Sill Boulevard. The Cache Corridor, so there between Sheridan and Fort Sill Boulevard, this is an area where you have really sort of inadequate lot depth for those commercial uses to readapt, right? It's older commercial, but they're so small that you can't really parcel together things and redevelop it very well. So what's a plan for reusing those areas? I think really thinking about multifamily and sort of those lower intensity uses are a good fit there. Additionally, when you look at the street through there, 6 lanes, traffic counts today, projected traffic counts don't really necessarily match that demand. It might actually be pretty functional as a 4-lane corridor in the future. That could allow us to gain back some space to do some additional things in that corridor, but think about walk-up apartments, infill, courtyard cottages, mixed use. All of those sorts of things I think have a lot of potential in that particular corridor, and it's really important to how people arrive into the community and the first perceptions that they make of Lawton. Another is downtown. I could talk for 2 hours, and I won't, I promise I won't, about the potential of downtown. One of the things I think, two points that are really key with this is with the entertainment district. I know one of the things I learned is the history of downtown Lawton and how entertainment was in the 50s and 60s, but a modern entertainment district that really focused on activating that area for lunch, for dinner, for shopping, for drinking, for live music, all of those sorts of things, I think are a really missing key. And that second street corridor there, just north of C Avenue up to Gore, is really a good opportunity for that. The other thing that is a major opportunity within downtown is infill multifamily. Multifamily starts across the nation are going into places where they have access to new market tax credits and opportunity zones. Guess what you have in downtown? Those 2 things. And so there's a lot of potential for multifamily. What does multifamily do? It really increases the number of folks that are down there, increases the amenity. That means you'll have more commercial businesses that are viable within downtown. And then additionally, looking at the University District, and making that 27th Street corridor there at the eastern edge of Cameron University kind of a soft edge for Cameron University to bleed back into the community. And having some mixed use up towards Gore Boulevard, it kind of is an arrival point to Cameron University in a lot of ways. A lot of universities are looking at readapting some of their property for these types of uses that are, you have a built-in user base, you can have student housing, you can have commercial there. Guess what? The students are going to use the commercial, they're going to use the housing, so it's kind of a built-in advantage with that. And with that, that's it. Are there any questions, comments, snide remarks? I'll take those as well. Again, so tonight, this is really meant to be an introduction with the draft. We'll be in a public comment period and then kind of be bringing this back later on for adoption and consideration. So if you have any comments, any thoughts, please feel free to reach out to staff and we'll get those addressed. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. That brings us to reports by the mayor and council. Let's start down here on this end with Sergeant Major. He is not there.
They had to leave that big fire. They have, I said have, they have. Okay, Mr. Warren. Nothing? Ms. Williams?
Okay, next month we have Easter coming up, so for your little kiddies, you want to bring them to an Easter egg hunt at the Lawton United Methodist Church at 5901 Southwest Lee Boulevard on the 5th of April, which is Easter. At 12:30 p.m., you can bring them, and it's going to be plenty of eggs and candy and good fun. Also, afterwards, if you go to service that day and you're looking for a good home-cooked meal, you can go to the Cracker Barrel, which is located at Cracker Barrel Restaurant, located at 601 East Gore Boulevard. That's open from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. That Cracker Barrel, a lot of people don't know, that is in Ward 7. And also, Lawton Public Library is still doing taxes for free.
Mr. Weaker, Mr. Hampton.
Very quickly, farmer's market. Got some peanuts there that were homegrown in the area, salted and roasted, delicious, delicious. And got to talk to several new Lawtonians. Great place for you to visit if you haven't been there. The veggies are out. Second thing I want to give a salute out to the Vietnam era vets over here. You know, I'm a Vietnam era vet myself. It's good to see those guys kicking around. That gives me vitality to know I'm going on too. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Demery.
First, I would like to give my sincere condolences to Cody Adams and his family. I want to thank the Vietnam veterans. Thank you, Mr. Hampton, for your service and your sacrifice. Continue to tell your story because you are a part of history. You talk about the farmers market. I do believe we have some tough times ahead of us, and we need to become as self-sufficient as we can. So I encourage I encourage you to start your garden and grow as much of your food as you can. The farmers market have gardening classes. I participated last year. That's how I found out about the co-op. It's located at 611 Southwest C Avenue. Everything agricultural. They will teach you how to start a garden from start to finish, get your soil tested, everything. If you don't have a backyard or a yard period, no problem. Go get you some 5-gallon buckets. Grow on your back porch, grow on your front porch, grow in your house. But we need to become self-sufficient in some things. And that's it. Just continue to take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Two things quickly. Volunteer of America in Oklahoma, a relatively new NGO that provides family services, will be groundbreaking Friday, 3 p.m. at 2363 Northwest 49th Street. I've visited their organization, their headquarters in my ward. This will be their new family center. It's actually a really large family center, able to house 30 families. The other thing is the County Wildlife Protection Survey is up on the county website. They're going to be working this survey probably for the next 4 or 5 months, but it's about not only wildlife protection, but it's also about the fire and what you can do about that and what we need to be looking at with that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hooton.
Yes, I had a chance to see the Volunteer of America building, the slab, actually. It is impressive, very impressive. I'm not aware of these folks, but certainly worth watching these guys. They've got big plans for Lawton and going to serve a lot of people here. I did have the pleasure of meeting a constituent this past week, Mr. Richard McLaughlin, who lives at 1628 Northwest 36, and he is the Yard of the Month in Ward 1. Now, I can see why. Absolutely. I think he actually won the award for his holiday decorations out there. And I saw a video of it, and they are kind of wild. They're really good. So anyway, thank you.
Right, and City Manager.
Mayor, I just want to highlight a couple of key city events coming up. Open Streets will occur on Saturday, April 4th, and that's 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on C Avenue, 2nd to 5th, and that's always a great family event. And then on Saturday, May 2nd, is the Trash Off at McMahon Auditorium, and that's going to be from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And that, again, that's an opportunity to get rid of trash that you're normally not able to throw away. And then lastly, on Memorial Day weekend will be the Aquatic Center opening for the new season, and the opening day will be free to the public.
Wow, cool beans. Time for a party. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, I've got requests to strike items 6 and 11. Are there any other requests to pull items for discussion? Can I get a motion?
Mayor and council, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of striking items number 6 and 11.
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Now we got another little change of order. We're going to jump to item 28. Several people here about the Kids First Amusement Park, so we're going to go ahead and have that. A lot of excitement. Discuss the possibility of a Kids First Amusement Park for fall 2026, including potential funding options and possible locations for the park, and provide direction to staff as determined appropriate by the City Council. Matt.
Well, first off, the Plan 2060 was great, except one small item. The senior living building was right on the Chambers property. So I would like you guys to think about keeping us and finding another place for a senior living facility. Or maybe, because I'm going to be so old, maybe that would be a good place for a senior living facility. Anyway, are we ready? Okay, so Angelica Martinez and Michael Gonzalez are two, did I say that right? Okay, good. Are two of our interns from Cameron, and they're in the business and marketing department. And they created this for us, and this is just like a feedway into getting you guys a little excited about my boring presentation. So could we have that, Miss?
Your chamber and CVB doing for you?
Imagine Lawton with a great local place to bring your grandkids on a sunny weekend.
Imagine a Lawton with a place I can bring my nieces and nephews when they come to visit.
Imagine a Lawton with attractions that bring families around the community together for entertainment and fun.
Imagine a Lawton that motivates me to stay here, knowing that one day I can take my families to a local amusement park to have an amazing time.
Your Chamber of Commerce and CVB are working to turn those ideas into reality.
A place for families, a place for memories, a place for Lawton.
Because the future of Lawton isn't something we wait for, it's something we build together.
So that was totally produced, written, and taped or videoed. I don't know how you call it, these young guys. But anyway, they did all of that. We had a lunch, and I said, you know, this is what I like to have. And that's what they came up with. It's completely not what I asked for. It's much, much better. But I would like to just give them a hand for putting that together. So the Kids Amusement Park, which most of you I have talked to about a little bit, but I wanted to really just officially show the council what we're looking at. And by the end, I'm going to be asking for some help with land. But the Kids Amusement Park concept and package is what you see right there. And it's very important that we make sure that everyone knows this is the Lawton Fort Sill Chamber Foundation. And the Chamber Foundation a few weeks ago was the Holiday in the Park Board that we changed the name legally through the state to be the Lawton Fort Sill Chamber Foundation. This park would be foundation-owned, foundation-operated, foundation-driven growth, and community pride. No government-owned or operated. So whatever we come up with and whatever we build, it's going to be the Chamber Foundation's organization. So we're not going to come back and say, oh my gosh, we need more money, we need more of this, we need this, and you know, it's John's fault that this isn't working, the merry-go-round isn't working, and you know, John broke it. We're not going to do that. So, I don't think, maybe we will. But anyway, so I'd like to ask Lacey to say a few words about what she sees this amusement park being.
Hi, Lacey Kavanaugh. I'm the secretary for the Lawton Fort Sill Chamber Foundation. I'm a Cameron graduate. I'm a military spouse. Luckily, my husband, when he was ready to retire, he wanted to come back to Fort Sill. He wanted to retire in Lawton. He's from California. We've lived all over, and this is where we wanted to retire. We love Lawton. This community has given so much to me and my family, and we're proud to call this home. And I was part of the Holiday in the Park Board the last 2 years and saw firsthand what can happen when people come together and have a shared vision and a heart for this community. I believe in Lawton, I believe in our future, and I especially believe in the young people. They deserve a place that they are proud to grow up in, a place they want to stay, build careers, raise a family, and give back to this community. Everything we're working toward is about community pride. It's about making Lawton just a little bit better every day, creating opportunities, memories, and creating a city that our kids will not want to leave, but will choose to stay and help grow. This is our community, and together we can build something truly special.
Thank you, Lacey. One of the things I want to say is, I say this is the Lawton Fort Sill Chamber Foundation, and it is truly a foundation goal to build this amusement park. And the foundation, with the help of the Chamber of Commerce, last week purchased our first ride, which was 10 bumper cars. And if you have not seen it, and if you want to see it, I have video of the mayor in a bumper car driving it. So if you want to see that, we do have video of that. The site snapshot and ride program. Right now, what we're looking at is a piece of property, the old annex building, which was the old post office, which is south of the farmer's market. That's what we're here to ask you about today. But it's a 240, this particular area of that land is 248 by 126 feet. We would fence all around it, the whole full site of that piece. We would have 7 opening day rides when we opened up. We would have a concession building and restrooms, and we would have future expansions into the parking lot area and the annex building. Why we, this is kind of a drawing. It changes every day. If you ask me 15 minutes from now, I'll probably have a different drawing. But every drawing has a center piece, which is the carousel in this drawing, and you circle around, because we want people to come in, and it will be very easy to keep track of your family, see your family, know where your kids are. And if we get a lot of people, it will have a good tracking around the Ferris wheel, not the Ferris wheel, the, what's that? Carousel, thank you, with the carousel. And also what we want to do is we want to make this look like the nicest park possible with rides in it. So it's going to look like the city built the nicest looking city park possible, but the city didn't build it, and it's not the city. But it's going to look like the nicest city park with rides in it. Think Busch Gardens. When you go to Busch Gardens, they have a lot of trees and shrubs and flowers, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking to make this area look great. So if you're standing in the library, the current library, not the 2060 library. The 2060 library was in some other area. But the current library, you'll be looking across, and you're going to see this park, and it's just going to be beautiful. Talking about that, this is what we would plan right now. We would have 480 new shrubs in that area. We would have 30 new trees, and we would have 111 cubic yards of new mulch. We have the irrigation to make sure that those trees and shrubs grow. And the total landscaping, we're going to be able to do, having someone plant it, everything done, no city involvement, for around $72,000. One of the biggest costs we're going to have is concrete. And with the concrete, we're looking at 539 cubic yards. It's about $100,000. That's 6 inches deep, because you can do 3 and 4 and 5 inches, but 6 inches, it will be there for a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, so we don't have to keep on going back and repaving the park. The budget is about a $1.4 million budget. As I said, most of that will be privately made, and we will not be asking any government agency for $1.4 million. However, if there's a government agency here or listening online that wants to give us $1.4 million, we will take it. We will just go to phase 2, work on phase 2 after that. So you see those. Today's ask is for the council to allow the city manager and the staff to negotiate a land agreement with the Chamber Foundation. Right here, and I'm hoping I have a spot. I brought my own too, just in case you guys didn't have one. Okay, so let's see if this works. Nope, doesn't matter. Oops. Can you take that back? Oh, wait a second, I'm in the wrong one. I don't know how it got there. Okay, so anyway, so on to the left, that is a sky view of where I'm talking about. And what I'm asking to be able to use is the annex building, the 36,500 parking lot, and the grass areas of the 39,500. The 39,500 is what we're going to be building on first, but we would like to have access all of it, especially the annex building, because I am storing bumper cars right now, and it's costing us money that I could be spending on rides. So the idea here is I would like to be able to get this property for the use of this amusement park. Looking to your right is actually an amusement park drawing, official drawing from a designer from amusement park. And that's what they designed. The bottom, the one that I showed continuously, is the one I designed. I think mine's just as good as theirs, but theirs cost more. And then in the middle it just shows you how those rides would fit, and it would fit into that area that we talked about, the 126 feet by 248 feet. Timeline. I'm hoping to secure lane use agreement with the city in the next 2 weeks. I was hoping that you guys would direct the city manager and staff to work with me to get that done. We're going to secure sponsors. I'm already working on that, but it seems like sponsors would like to know where I'm going to be building this, where the Chamber Foundation is going to be building this before they give me hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then we would like to start as soon as possible with design and shovels in the ground. We will be able to work with this without all the funds. I think the more people see stuff happening, the more I will get funds to build this. And then, of course, 4 is complete the park. And that is all I have. If you guys have any questions, concerns about the project, I would love to answer them.
Okay, just want to make sure your plan includes going in on the east side of the block that's grass now.
Yes, that would be our, so the south of the farmer's market. So yes, we would be using the grass area now, but we're asking for all of the area to the grass, concrete, and then the annex building. We just need that storage garage in the back. Right now, there's some old desk in that storage area.
Okay, and we want to clarify for everybody that this does not have anything to do with the Carnegie Library. It will remain intact. The annex building is due to be demoed, but I noticed it's not in the CIP budget that I saw, so it won't be this next year. And you're wanting to use it for storage during construction anyway, right?
And starting like tomorrow, but that's probably too fast. But hopefully after next meeting, when you guys okay this, because it's costing the Chamber Foundation money to store some things.
Questions, Mr. Warren?
Question and a comment. I think it's great. I really do. And especially that part about the city not funding it. I saw John smile. But I think it's really going to be awesome. The one thing I would ask for my vote, can we have a train?
Well, Councilman, we have a train. We have a train for the Holiday in the Park, which this board is now, I mean, it was the Holiday in the Park board. I have not seen it personally, but we would be bringing that train over to the park to use.
I have a paper for you that I'll send to you. But more importantly than all that, no clowns, right?
Well, don't ask my staff about that because I will be there sometimes. So, but no clowns unless you're my staff and you say that I am. So yes. And I want to clarify, I'm not, obviously if there's tourism dollars in the state or for the city that we can pull from, we're going to ask for that tourism dollars. However, the majority of the money is going to come from private. But if there's tourism money, I'm going to go after the tourism money because I honestly believe, and I've talked to a lot of the businesses in downtown. In actuality, Channel 3 at 10 o'clock has interviewed 3 or 4 of the downtown businesses and how excited they are to see this happening. I'm very excited to make this happen, and the board that we have is going to be the one that makes this happen. We went to Barnesville, Oklahoma last week, and Councilman Demery actually came with us. And you know what they have done over there, they started this project a little earlier than us, 1940, but they have 24 rides right now. And when I asking them about my budget right now that, when I say I'm talking about the foundation's budget. The foundation's budget right now shows that we will have the first year 5,600 people go through this park and pay at least $10 to us. The Bartersville chairman kind of laughed at me. I'm used to that. And he said, well, that's wrong. And I said, well, how many went through Bartersville last year? 200,000 people. So we had in our budget, we have 5,600, and I'm going to stick it with 5,600 because this is new and you never know. But with that said, I think there's a lot of upsell here that we can really use to reinvest in the park and have a second and third phase of this. But right now, we need to get phase 1, unless when I get home, someone calls me and says they have that 1.4 million for me.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Hooton.
So Matt, you're going to have someone manage this correctly?
Yes, sir.
And this is year-round?
Yes. So the CVB will be hiring. No, I hired. The CVB has hired a gentleman. He just. I can announce this for the. Well, no, I better not. So yes, we're going to hire somebody. I need to contact a few local people before I announce that. But with that said, we are going to hire a few people for this, and it's going to fall under the CVB. It's in my budget. Now, the CVB is funded by this body, and I'll be asking for money here in a couple of weeks, begging John for the CVB money. But we are going to have a person year-round, because you have to remember we're taking over the Holiday in the Park too. And the Holiday in the Park was a full volunteer board. Lacey behind me, she was probably 1/5 or 1/6 of the workers for that, maybe even more, I'm not sure. But she worked every weekend, every evening with her and her husband, and we're going to try to make sure that this is not a one-person or a 5-person, 6-person job this next Christmas. We're hoping to have everything up and running before Halloween. We'll have everything done and ready to turn on for Thanksgiving. So that's the idea, and we're going to build that year after year after year. During our budget, we have not passed the budget, but the budget that we have shows that we will make sure that we're putting money back into the Holiday in the Park also.
One other question. What does Bartlesville charge for their entry?
So Bartlesville they started in 1940 charging 5 cents.
Well.
And then when I was there 10 years ago, I was on the board for the park. I think they were charging 50 cents. They're up to 75 cents. Now, I think we'll start higher for the simple reason we need to make sure that we can pay for the rides. However, Bartlesville does not have a ride all day. And our board is thinking about getting a ride all day. And Councilman Demery, I was giving him her numbers in the back of the van the other day, and she said no lower, no lower, no lower, because she wants to make sure it's affordable for everyone. And I agree with her on that. And if we can get 200,000 people, we can go lower.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Ms. Williams.
Ms. Williams, if I could say something real quick before you say anything. Councilman Williams, when I told her this story, she said, Matt, do you know anything about the past 10 years of Lawton? And I said, well, I know we had a past the last 10 years. And she said, this was my idea. So I want to say that Councilman Williams, in the past has said that we needed to have a community amusement park. So Councilman?
You still calling me a man. It's Councilwoman.
Councilwoman.
He pretty much answered my question. That's all I was going to see. How many people you were going to actually hire, or were we going to have volunteers or whatever to run it?
So the plan that has not been passed by the board of the Chamber Foundation shows that we will have three employees when it's up and running. 1 manager, director, and then 2 full-time employees working on a daily basis. So we would have 3 full-time employees, but those employees would what is the working thought process of the board, but we have not passed this. I cannot say that this is the foundation's way of doing things, but what we're looking at is that we're going to contract out with the CVB. And the CVB is actually going to run this. So the CVB, through the chamber, will have an agreement with the foundation that they are the day-to-day operators of this park. And I have Natasha, Natasha back there is my director of the CVB. So ultimately, she would be the person running the park on a day-to-day operations, and she would be the one calling John saying that he broke one of the rides.
But you will be willing to accept volunteers?
Oh, volunteers, yes, I forgot what I was saying. Yes, of course, volunteers. The chamber is experts. Ask the Redcoats. We are experts at taking people to do things and not pay them. So we're very good at that. And also, who will be running the rides are people from 14 up. And Bartlesville makes a big point that people that are going to be working at the rides are kids or young adults. They have people all the way up through college age running those. The Oklahoma law says that 14-year-olds can be, there needs to be 2 people at every ride. And the one person can be 14 and up, and he or she can only buckle the seat belt and close the doors and stuff like that. And you have to be 16 and up to hit the green button and the red button. Now, strange to me, you can put the seat belt on and stuff, but you don't be trusted to hit the 2 colored buttons. But that's how Oklahoma law has it, and that is what we would be doing. We would be paying those people. So there would be around 12 to 15 students, aged kids, working for us any given day.
And I did get a phone call today from one of the citizens here in Lawton, and they're just excited. They're hoping that this does happen.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, it's a simple question. Have you cleared using that land with the city, and the city has said we have no other use for it?
You can't clear that with the city without asking the council, I don't believe. But yes, I have had discussions with the city manager and the mayor, and this location has changed 63 times in the last 2 months. But I think for sure this is where the city thinks if we build this, this is where we will build it at.
Okay.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful idea to get people and families to come downtown. You know, people come and visit on business trips, and maybe they'll bring their families down, you know, because there's things to do for the kids. We have the water park, and we have other things that are coming up. But I had a couple of questions for a couple of things that you have. Did Bartlesville have concessions?
Yes, sir.
Number one. And
well, year one in 1940.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, let's just say yes.
Concession stand as in popcorn.
Yeah,
candy.
right now they have popcorn. That they do popcorn, ices. I'm thinking I'm missing something. Nachos. They have nachos.
And we were I didn't hear. Were you planning? Well, we were planning on having those concessions there also. I didn't notice.
Councilman Hampton, have you ever been to any event that the chamber that I run does not have food? Because I can't think of one.
Yeah, not
yes,
yet.
yes, Councilman Hampton, yes, because that's going to be a way to make money, and we're going to also have souvenirs, because you know souvenirs. I can purchase a T-shirt for $5, sell it for $20. So we'll have merchandise.
Okay, wonderful.
Merchandise and concessions.
And then the last thing was security. Was there going to be security on the premises of any kind?
So one of our board members, that he's not here today because he's still trying to make sure it's okay for him to be on our board, is a person, I won't even name him either, but he's a military person, and he is my expert on security. We're going to make sure that we have as many cameras and things that will just discourage people for doing bad things. Our plan is to have the exact fence that the city put around the water park. So I don't know if that's 6 or 8 foot. Do you know, City Manager?
I bet Larry Parks knows.
Larry, do you know? 8. So it'll be 8 foot, because I said I went to the same people. I went to the same people. I said I wanted it to look exactly the same. To make it look nice. So there'll be they have those little spikes at the end. So you can still do it, but you know, it's going to discourage people.
Wonderful, wonderful idea, and I think that that's very creative.
Mr. Warren?
I just wanted to reiterate the deal about the train. And I'm really serious because the one thing I can remember when I was a kid was going to Duncan and riding the train. There's something about kids and trains. I don't know what it is, but they love them. But I'm also serious about the clown.
Yes, so we will have a train, and who knows, maybe we can get a train on a track in phase 2, and we would name it Councilman Warren's train. I mean, who knows?
Matt, the 1.4 million, does that include general liability insurance?
Yes, sir. And my chairman of the board for next year, he's my next year's chairman for the chamber, is sitting right behind me, Michael Tao. And we have asked Michael, he is an insurance person by trade, and he's working on that. And I actually put what the Bartersville is paying for insurance in that number. Ours will probably be less because we have less rides, plus we have newer rides. But then again, Michael told me that Bartersville doesn't have me running it, so it might go a little higher. But Michael, do you want to say anything about that? Yep, okay.
Ms. Williams.
As far as the sponsors, if they're donating, is this tax deductible?
Yes, ma'am. So if anybody wants to sponsor the 1.4 million tonight, you can give it straight to the foundation, which is a 501c3. So you can do that. So Councilwoman Williams, I'll even wait until after your executive session to leave tonight if you want to write that check. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Timmery.
Can you explain the maintenance, how you plan to maintain these rides, how you plan to keep them safe and operational throughout the year?
Yeah, first off, you have to go through the state, and the state inspects them every year. And there are rules and regulations about everything. For example, if the gate has for each ride has to close. So if you open it, it has to close. So they come in, they make sure that you have everything correct. So the state will make sure that we're running this correctly. We're not buying any huge rides right now that's going to be a safety hazard anyway, but we may in the future. Michael's telling me not, insurance mind saying, no, don't do that, Matt. But right now we have very safe rides, very small rides, and so we're not, we're not too worried about the safety, but we're going to follow every law and rule there is to make sure it's the most safest place you can possibly bring. And when asking about maintenance, one of the things we're looking at, Councilwoman, is new rides. Now, I'm not saying we will buy all the new rides, but if we buy new rides, you're looking at very, very little maintenance. When I went down to Houston a couple weeks ago to look at some rides, I noticed what these new rides are is there's a motor, a shaft, and a wheel. I mean, that's what the carousel is. That's what the boat, the swinging boat is. That's what the space rocket is. It's all just one motor, a shaft, and a wheel, and it's shaped different ways. But and we have also talked to the tech school, Great Plains, and they're very excited about helping us and using our park as a training place for their students, because they need to be able to build things. They have to use machines and motors, and they don't have anywhere to really practice and learn their skill. So we would have professors and teachers come with the students to help us out. And they have already offered to build any buildings that we have that we need at cost.
Okay, now, just to clarify a few things, because we have new council members, and we also have people listening that may not understand. The CVB, Convention and Visitors Bureau, is run with hotel motel funds, right?
Mayor, yes, and I'd like to just bring this up real quick. in 85, the Chamber of Commerce is the one that actually got the motel hotel tax to be a part of our system. And this body in 1985 didn't want anything to do with it. All they did was take the money, and the chamber came and picked up the money. And then throughout the years, you guys got a little smarter and realized there was a lot of money there to give out. And so you took it from the chamber and you decided how much we got. So I am begging you to give us money that we actually created.
Okay, kind of threw me off there, but I will tell you that I'm very supportive of this. I'm not supportive, I don't think, of continuing subsidizing, but I know, or I think I know, that Bartlesville is profitable. So the continuing subsidizing of the park should not be necessary. Is that correct?
Mayor, you're not going to have, the city has no thought process of paying for this operational park. We are going to make this profitable. We are going to ask for some CVB money later on and other tourism money, but that's going to be a one-time deal, and it's not going to be the majority of the money. The majority of the money is coming privately, and we're going to take care of this. And yes, Bartlesville last year since that's a 501c3, that's public information too. Okay, so they may, I just want to make sure I'm not announcing something people don't know in Bartlesville. They brought in $350,000, spent $250,000, and had a profit of $100,000. Now, that's going to take us a few years. We're going to need some seed money, and I'm going to get some seed money, and I'm going to ask anybody that has tourism money to please help us out. But the majority of the money is going to come privately. And we're gonna make this work, and this is gonna be a foundation-ran, owned park, and the foundation board is gonna be running this for decades to come.
Okay, now, I know that some handicap accessible will be required by code. I hope that you guys will, I'm not trying to put a burden on you here, but as you can, remember our special needs community concerning rides when possible. Just a statement.
Well, Mayor, one other thing Bartlesville does is every Monday, not every Monday, once a month, Mondays, when they're open, they open it up to children that do not like lights and music and stuff, so they turn off all the lights and music and stuff, and that has been very successful, and it's actually, and it's free, and it's actually brought him in a lot of income because people in the community saw that and just started wanting to donate to the park.
Okay, John, are you okay with this location plan?
Yes, sir. I mean, we don't really use that area. We have the annex that has some stuff in it. I don't have an issue with this location.
Okay, so it seems to me that we need a motion to direct the city manager to work out an agreement for this property. I would say that needs to be at minimal cost, no more than the cost to the city of ownership. I also think the chamber needs the right to use the Kids First logo and bring that back when it's ready.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Motion and a second. Discussion. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Looks like we're headed towards that amusement park, Mr. Matt.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman.
And
thank you, City Manager.
I want to say thank you to these young people for that video. It had some very powerful messages in there that old people like me need to hear, and that is things that will cause you to stay here and want to be here, a community of choice where families thrive. Thank you all. Thank you for that.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
I got to find my place. Just a minute. Item 26, consider holding a public hearing and consider an ordinance for a change of zoning request for from Alexandra Anderson from the R1 Single Family Dwelling District to the R2 Two-Family Dwelling District zoning classification for the property located at 1802 Northwest Lake Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma 73507, more particularly described as Lot 1, Block 31, Gaze West Mountain View Edition, and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
All righty. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is a rezoning request to rezone from R1 to R2 at 1802 Northwest Lake Avenue. This is currently R1 in all surrounding areas, R1 to the northeast and west, and then you have PF directly to the east. The land use has this as low-density residential. This was taken to the City Planning Commission on February 27th. They recommended to approve this with a condition that the house be brought up to the R2 regulations within 6 months. We noticed this to 40 property owners, and we received 19 calls against. 18 of those came before CPC, 1 of those came after CPC, and we received 1 letter against this rezoning request. The vote on that at City Planning Commission was 5-2 to recommend it with that condition.
Okay. Vote to recommend. Do we have questions? We're not ready for comments. We have to have the public hearing first. Questions from council? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Yes, ma'am, and we're going to need your name and address, please.
My name is Joan Howell. I live at 1711 Northwest Lake. When they were redoing that, they made it into 3 units, not 2. So how's he going to evict, I'll say, the 3rd unit? Because there's just a driveway at the back of the house on 18th, and there's no parking in the front other than on the street.
Are you telling me the work was done before the zoning was requested?
I'm sorry? Oh, you.
No, I'm sorry. This structure already exists non-conforming. It has a built-in on the front. They've added additions onto the back of it multiple times, but none of that was done. We have no records of any permits pulled for that work.
And explain to me a little bit about exist non-conforming. What does that mean, and how did it get in that classification?
Basically, that was done prior to code was in place, or they did the work without the permits. Those are the 2 options there, but basically it exists as is, and it's against the current zoning regulations. That's why it's existing non-conforming.
Okay, and so they're applying to make it illegal, we'll say, complying to family zoning, but they currently have 3 families there.
That's what I found as advertised on Zillow, was that it was recently sold as a 3-plex, not a duplex. And so that's why the condition from the Planning Commission was that they bring it up to the regulations of a duplex.
And you're telling me, and the citizen that came forward, you're telling us that they would be required to be 2-family?
Yeah, their property wasn't, they originally applied for R3 zoning, but their property's not large enough per our current zoning regulations to have 3 units on that property. And so that's where they lowered their request down to the R2, which would allow for 2 units.
So when they accept this, they will be required to have a 2-family dwelling, is that right? No more than 2?
If we went forward with CPC's recommendation, correct, it would be 2 families, and they would have 6 months to bring that into compliance.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to come forward on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council, further questions or comments or motions?
Yes, Mayor.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, yes, Mayor, thank you. I talked to my representative on the CPC board, and I think he was one of the no's that was there. Did you have pictures of this particular unit? Because he was telling me that it wasn't very appealing for the neighborhood.
I just re-emailed the PowerPoint, so she's gonna get that pulled up. I have pictures
Okay,
and
so-
aerial photos of this.
Yeah, let me.
She's gonna get the PowerPoint pulled up. I just re-forwarded the email, and it has pictures, street view, and aerial photos of this.
Yeah, while she's pulling those up, there was no real history of when they made that into a threeplex.
Yeah, we have no records as far as the city has, as far as the remodel being
Yeah,
done.
what the lady that came up, did she know when it happened? Can I do that, Mayor?
The property had been used as a hoarder's place. There was 2 vehicles in the backyard. The unit they've got as number 3 used to be just like a storage shed. So I don't even know if they've got a bathroom in there. Since they
But do you know
didn't
when
get
that-
any
do-
building permits, nobody's been in to see.
Yeah, do you recall when that might have happened approximately?
Yes, in like the last less than 6 months is when it got bought and redone.
When it got
If
changed?
you look at that aerial that Donalyn just pulled up, you can see all the debris in the backyard, but you can also see pretty much the house next door probably looked very similar to this one once upon a time originally, and it just kept growing and growing and growing and growing. But I did want to mention, if this does not pass today, then it gets to be, the legal nonconforming status remains, and it is what it is until, something else happens to it.
So the back of this is not very appealing. It's got a lot of debris and junk in the back.
It did.
It's been moved out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since,
It took over 2 months to clear out everything
Yeah.
out of the house and out of the backyard.
yeah, so these aerials are, this is, just a Google Street View. It's a little bit older. You can see some of the stuff in the backyard, but you can see where the original house was, and it was added on and added on and added on, and
So basically, this is a kind of a commercial rental right in the middle of that residential area?
most of those in the area, all around, like Cameron said, it's all R1. This is right next to the old Wilson School. So yeah, that neighborhood is traditionally R1.
Yeah, do we know if all the 3 apartments are rentals, or are they someone living in the front?
It's
with
not
2?
owner occupied, so I would assume that they're all rentals. Yeah, I believe he's out of the country. Yeah.
And what would be the options if the thing doesn't pass? What would be the options of doing what we would do with that property?
It's legal non-conforming, and it would stay legal non-conforming until they, applied for a remodel permit. Then we would have the opportunity to, bring it up to some kind of building standard, something like that. But yeah.
So it can exist there as a legal non-conforming?
Yes, we have those all over town.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it seems to me like what you're saying is, it's a 3-family dwelling, it's existing non-conforming. We can't force compliance, but because they're applying for a zoning, now they come under the new rules, and they'll have to be a 2-family. It sounds to me like we improve the situation by approving this. Is that a correct assessment?
Yes, and that's pretty much how CPC got to where they're at with their recommendation, is that they saw this as an opportunity to, improve this
And
parcel.
it sounds like if we don't do anything, there's a good chance it won't be improved.
Yes, and of course, they have 6 months if you go with the CPC's recommendation. If they don't do it within 6 months, we would bring that back to you as an administrative rezoning to put it back to R1, which would make it, again, legal non-conforming. The things that may catch him, you know, if he was ever refinanced, appraised, stuff like that, we get calls all day long from appraisers and insurance people saying, is this property legal conforming or not? And so being non-conforming, that would potentially stop him from getting, you know, refinancing, remodel loans, stuff like that, because they call our office and ask.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, can you put that picture up that shows the backyard over the fence? No, there's
One more.
actually a real picture that shows,
Yeah, there you go.
RV, is that like a trailer back there? I can't make that out.
That's the build on that the neighbor referred to as the shed that may or may not be occupied.
Is that before it was cleaned up, or is that what it looks like now?
That was before. Yeah, so that structure is still there, but the debris in the forefront is all gone.
Yeah, what structure is it there, the beige
It
or
looks
the
like
white?
looks like a mobile home almost, but that's the structure.
The white?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, is she correct that that's what that is?
It's like a shed, like you would have put up a 8x10 shed or something. That's what it is that's coming this way.
I'm kind of agreeing with the mayor that we need to do something about it, and maybe that can change it from non-conforming. But is it an eyesore back in that
No,
area?
they
or
painted
does
it, and it
look
looks
okay?
nice. It's just when it, you know, we know we're R1, and, you know, he didn't get any permits to do anything to it. I had to have I have something taken care of in my yard, and I had to go through all the.
Understandable. There's
legal things.
other neighbors of yours that showed up at that meeting with you?
No, I was the only one.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, we did receive phone calls and that one letter.
Okay.
19
So
or
there
20
was
in total.
support. Okay.
I
Thank
want
you.
to say thank you for getting that permit when you did work. I wish there
Well,
were more
my
citizens
contractor
that would do that
Yeah.
to assure things are built properly and safely. Thank you. Council, do you have any motions?
Yeah, what would be the motion to rezone it? And before I make that motion, does that zoning affect that area adversely? Does the zoning, rezoning affect that area in any way?
So it's actually still considered low density as R2, so it still goes in line with the land use plan of low density. So the land use plan of that wouldn't change. You would just have a spot zoning of R2 in the middle of that R1. But as far as the effect of the neighbors, there's no additional requirements for the adjacent.
And this is the only property that we're making R2, but that would open up the other properties, it'd make it easier for them to be R2 also?
Every person would have to apply, and every rezoning would come back to council individually for their rezoning request.
And as the mayor said, if we do nothing, then nothing's going to happen anyways. It'll just be non-conforming. But if we do make a motion to change it to R2, then they would have to conform at that to.
If that was your condition, that's the recommendation CPC made, was with that condition on
With
there.
that condition?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. All right, thanks, Sherry. Yeah, I would like this to be conforming in that neighborhood. So I want to make a motion to approve the request of an ordinance for the change of zoning request for Alexander Anderson and the R1 Single Family Dwelling District to R2 Family Dwelling District zoning classification for the property located at 1802 Northwest Lake Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma 73507, more particularly described as Lot 1, Block 3, Grays West Mountain View Addition, subject to the condition that the property be brought up to the compliance with the R2 two-family dwelling district regulations within 6 months.
And waive the reading of the ordinance and read
And
the
waive the
title.
reading of the ordinance.
Do we have a
Title only.
second? We do have a second. Discussion. Please vote.
Do I read first?
Oh, you better read, yeah.
An ordinance change, I want my time. An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from the R1 Single Family Dwelling District to R2 Two Family Dwelling District zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in Section 1 hereof, and authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 27, discuss a 15% increase to items in the City of Lawton fee schedule, excluding fees charged on the water bill, statutory fees established by law, and any exemptions identified by council, and provide direction as appropriate. Dwayne.
So I know y'all have been waiting all night for this one. It was interesting listening to the rate study earlier, a lot of discussion on fees, and this is going to have a little bit of bleed over into some of the historical information regarding the fees and charges. City schedule of fees and charges has basically evolved over the last 3 decades. Historically, fee and rate changes have been addressed at targeted fees. You'll notice on the slide, it basically talks about rather than have a complete across the board, they were geared to specific fees. In June of 2002, council approved a resolution 0297, which that was the first council-driven policy directing staff to utilize the CPI in annually determining whether utility rates should be adjusted. Now, while there were multiple adjustments made after that resolution was passed, council's actions and staff apparently's recommendation was to continue to adjust fees through the targeted means. So they weren't adjusting fees across the board. On June the 14th of 2022, a short 4 years ago, you passed, or this body passed 2 resolutions, one under the Water Authority and the other one as a council action item, basically implementing a minimum 15% increase to all City of Lawton fees and charges. Those charges were applied across the board, and then that resolution went on to discuss or direct staff on how they were to evaluate future rate increases. That increase was intended to bring the schedule of fees and charges closer to being up to date by addressing the rates that had fallen behind. I know there's been some questions as to when that rate increase was put in place, was it prospective or retrospective? And it was absolutely retrospective. It was a catch-up and not moving forward where we put fee adjustments for future increases. As part of Resolution 2293, Appendix A, the fees and charges was amended by the council to include following language. In accordance with City Council Resolution 2293, all fees be adjusted annually in conjunction with the annual budget process based on the Consumer Price Index for Southwest Region. This was the second time council provided specific direction regarding the fee adjustments. That change was intended to prevent future large overarching increases by establishing smaller yearly adjustments guided by the CPI. Last year, when the rate study was proposed, we were asking for a 12% increase, which would have been at the time the approximate shortfall of where we should have been if we had been doing the CPI increases. This year, and you'll see on the next slide, there's some clarification. Basically, the clarification on that was what the fees were in response to in June of 22. And as I said, those were to catch up. This is the record for the CPI for Southwest Region by year. There was a 6.5% increase in 23, 2.9 in 24, 3% in 25, and 2.2 for 26, which yields a 15.14 cumulative total over those 4 years. So had we have been bringing these fee increases on an annual basis, it would probably have been a lot easier to have addressed those at that time. But nevertheless, we're here. And when this item was brought to the fee committee, there was substantial discussion about raising the fees by such a serious amount. And this is not a small number, and we recognize that. But it is reflective of where we would be if we had followed council policy back in June of 22 and moving forward. There are several, well, let me just say this. It's important to know that the fee increase that we're asking for would not affect the fees on the water bill. I know that the discussion earlier tonight would be that the manager could bring something back, but this discussion on this particular item excludes all the fees on the water bill. So what we're asking for is an increase to the user fees. What does that mean? User fees are only applied if you use the service. It doesn't apply to everyone across the board, as in you're going to see, or a citizen's going to see an increase in any way, shape, or form unless they go camping or they go hunting or they use a service that the city provides. We've also went through and evaluated all the fees and identified multiple fees that would not be affected that are regulated through state statute. There are some in there that we've exempted, such as the Schoolhouse Slough lake fees, because we've just adjusted those. You're in the third year of those increases, so we were suggesting or recommending an exemption for that one. The court fees, police fines, there's a state fee associated with the landfill and the solid waste disposal out there. We don't have, these are the fees that we really don't have a lot of control over. Again, I said we weren't going to look at the lake fees with respect to the camper spots and the slough and the boathouses. There are state fees associated with license and permits that we don't control. Neighborhood services, there's fees associated with the liens that go in when there was an abatement and we have to place a lien on property. There's a fee associated with that. And then open records fees and copy fees. So basically, I'd like to also add that while this increase would affect fees across the board, there are several areas that the increase would still be significantly under the cost of providing service. Those departments who supervise or provide direction of those particular fees, and I can give you one of them, the aquatic center is one, where we set the initial prices at a very, very low amount. In order to make that self-sufficient, there will have to be some adjustments made there. Those individuals that, for instance, a community enrichment director would be responsible for bringing that back to the fee committee should they look at any other adjustments on that fee. Staff's recommendation is that the council support the fee increase by directing the manager to bring back a resolution that would implement a 15% across the board raise in the fee structure on the user fees, excluding those exemptions and the water bill fees.
So I'll tell you, I got this late and actually just read them while you were talking. Just got those resolutions. I wish they would have been sent out early enough and even given to the fee committee so that they could have all the information available. There's been a lot of, I listened to the fee committee and there was ample confusion. And I think it's because all the information wasn't presented, but I think there continues to be confusion. This has nothing to do with the utility bill or any fees on the utility bill, whether water, sewer, garbage, or other. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now my question to you is council action, even though it's in the resolution and even though it's in Appendix A, Is that a resolution or
It's
ordinance?
code. It's part of the code. It's changed through resolution.
Okay. Is council action even required every year, or does it take council action to stop it from happening?
I don't think council can, I'm not an attorney. I don't believe council would have the ability to delegate raising fees to staff without it coming back to
And
council.
Mayor, it would be binding future councils, so.
No, it wouldn't bind future councils. Future
By the rate of
councils
the
can
CP
undo anything that we do, therefore they are not bound.
Well, if
It would
the,
be automatic unless they took action.
right, but if, so typically how that works is it's voted down. So if it's already implemented in the fee schedule and council doesn't have the opportunity to affirmatively increase it, I would argue that it's, I'll defer to the city attorney, but I think it's binding a future council.
You're right.
Without having the information directly in front of me, I believe that, and the deputy city attorney is also sending me information, that state law requires that fees be set by resolution, and that resolution then is what requires the council action.
Okay, my question remains, can the resolution require it to go up annually automatic unless the council takes action for it to not be implemented?
I don't know the answer to that question sitting here on the dais.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, council, I would like, and I'll open it up after I say this. I'd like to see us support this. It's clear from the inflation numbers that they showed us that it needs to be done. Now, these are what to me, I call individual fees. And those individual fees are if I get a boat and I get a permit, if we don't go up, that means the little lady that lives next door to Randy Warren is supplementing my boat permit. I don't think it's right. If I get a building permit and we haven't gone up in 4 years, and because these fees are designed to cover the cost of the service rendered by the city. And if we don't go up every year with inflation, we're causing the other citizens to supplement my building permit. I don't think that's right. I think my building permit ought to be paid for by me. My boat permit, my camping permit, whatever it is, those are individual fees. And many of the individuals that get those fees are not residents of the city. So if we don't take action, we unintentionally cause the citizens of Lawton to subsidize individuals that are not the citizens of Lawton. So my recommendation is we direct the staff to bring back the resolution and the city attorney to give us a ruling of whether it can be automatic unless the council takes action to stop it, so that we can keep this up and stop tapping into subsidizing by our citizens. Comments? Mr. Brown.
I actually have two questions. First question is, what caused the absence of those increases that you listed out, that you showed? 4 years we didn't do anything? Can you enlighten me on how that happened?
Well, it was 3 years. Last year, we brought a
Okay.
12%. As part of the budget, I can't answer for the manager, but as part of the budget, when we're building the revenues and expenditures and putting that together, nobody really wants to raise the fees. So if we can balance the budget without asking for it, it may have been a decision made at the manager level. I really don't recall why we did not bring that at that time. I can tell you from 2002, I believe, through 2021, there were at least 9, maybe 10 different increases over that time, spread out by various resolutions that targeted specific amounts or specific fees. But that in 2022 was really the first time we ever did an across-the-board increase.
And that was about 15% at that time, and then the next year, we didn't put in a 6.9 CPI and then a 3.
Councilman Brown, I'd like to weigh in a little bit here. So
Fine.
I think part of the issue is exactly what the mayor brought up. Confusion over whether or not this was automatically occurring. My initial thought was that it was automatically occurring, but then I heard from would not happen, as it could not be raised unless it came forward to this body for consideration. So last year I brought the measure, the 12% increase, which would have caught us up at this time or at that time, and this body voted that increase down 4-3. So when the issue was identified, we tried to rectify it at that point, but it wasn't supported by council.
Okay, well, that answered the question, and of course, I don't understand why it isn't part of the budget process, and/or if it needs to be, it come back annually, you just add the CGI on there and do that, but that's just my thinking. The second question I had is, this is hypothetical, let's say the boat permit costs $50, I don't know what it is, and we raised that by 15%. It's now, I don't know, $60. What do we do with that $60? Has the work that's supposed to support gone up? Or is it, a salary for the person that does the boat stamping? I mean, I don't understand. In some ways, these fees has to have an underlying reason for the cost. And have they increased that much? In other words, does the work to issue a boat permit increase at the CGI level, or are we just applying that in there?
It's a cost of doing business. Everything goes up at some point or another. We have multiple funds that are that the revenue is generated from these fees. In particular, if you look at the fee schedule itself, and I don't want to misstate this, I think our finance director's here, about $200,000 is about what this would affect the general fund, and probably another $500,000 for our enterprise. And then we have multiple special revenue funds, for instance, the lakes. There's a council policy out there that says all revenue generated by the lakes goes back into the lake fund, and then those funds are typically reinvested back into the operation, maintenance, and care of the lakes and upkeep.
And so that's logical, but it's something like this boat permit. If it's just a permit to have your boat to show that it's licensed, I can't see why it would need 15%. But it could very well need to do that. These are just thoughts. I don't need answers. Those are just questions that come to mind.
Ms. Williams.
Okay, to my understanding, if they do not utilize these certain areas, I'm saying the citizens, say, for instance, the boats or the lake or whatever, that type of fee, that it's not going to affect that individual itself, correct?
That's correct. These are user fees. If you don't
User fees,
yes,
only if they use them.
that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Warren?
This is a lot to unpack. Because first and foremost, if we don't raise fees by CPI or catch up or however we have to do it, that's part of what causes us to have to move money from the enterprise fund into the general budget. Okay, that's where it starts boiling. And part of the reason that that boat permit costs more is because at some point in there, the individual that issues that permit probably got a raise, along with a lot of other individuals that do jobs and get raises. And so it costs more every year to operate the city. You have to look at the city as a whole. You can't actually drill it down to that one item, because there's a lot of things that happen that don't generate any income. So I don't think I don't think the city should be doing anything and charging less than it costs them to produce it. If it costs X amount to issue a boat permit or a building permit or whatever it is, it ought to cost at least that much. We should not be losing any money on any service that we provide to individuals that request that service above and beyond what is generated for all the citizens of Lawton. The mayor already used my neighbor, and that's true. That person that doesn't use any services, they get up in the morning and they haul their trash out, and then they go back in their house, and they don't use the city for any other service other than, what's authorized for everybody, police and fire and things of that nature. They shouldn't have to subsidize that. That should be for the people that actually use those services. And I just feel like that's where we begin to drop the ball. When we don't collect those funds and when we don't use those funds to pay for themselves, that's when we start moving money from the enterprise fund, and that's when we don't replace that water line or that sewer line, and that's how we get in the situation that we're in.
Mr. Uyghur, did you want to talk?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Dwayne, as I understand it, you have the cost of something, and you can, and the city has undercut itself by not charging enough on some things, correct?
I would say you could find that across the board in a lot of areas.
Yeah, because I was looking through the 63-page fee schedule, and some things are extremely low.
Correct.
So we're probably not covering our cost. Then you have the second step of where you charge enough that you're breaking even. You're not making anything. You're not building. You may be covering CPI inflation, but at least can I use the term break even? But then you have the other that you're building enough in that is allowing you and is covering your interest. And I guess if our goal is revenue, then personally I'd see more transparency in what that goal is of recovering the cost that the city's actually paying, so the citizen understands that penalty. I'm not anti-increase. I am making sure that when you ask the citizens, this is what it's going to cost you, or not ask, but tell them this is what the cost will be from this day forward. Is it enough that you're covering the cost so there's no shortfall? Because the city has had our trash, we had a shortfall, and we were dipping in the kitty to cover that to pay the state for the fee that we had to pay every year. Mm-hmm. Why do we have to do that? Because I'm sure we're doing it somewhere else. There should be enough there that covers that. We're at the least, we're breaking even. And I think if our goal is revenue, then we need to, I guess you'd say, be transparent enough in showing, hey, listen, this is what it costs us. We're not meeting that goal, as opposed to, let's just put everything 15 across. Well, there may be 15 that it doesn't need to be 15. There may be categories we're already breaking even and actually a little ahead of the game. Then there may be other fees that, oh, we're way behind here. And we've seen some over the years, areas that definitely needs the climb. The landfill's one example. you know, I guess that's my question I would pose in going back to what the mayor said earlier with regard to, I would like to see a little more detail on where we're wanting to put this 15%, rather than just say we're going to put it across the board. Everything is to the point that it's that far behind, it needs that to catch up. Is there not some accounts that are breaking even? Are there others that are that far behind that 15% would even bring them up, if that makes any sense?
So I would like to ask Mr. Warren, who was the chairman of the Fees Committee, the last time we went through item by item and ended up raising everything up. Did you guys not discuss the cost of delivery of services during that time?
I think more than anything, we looked at, I think cost of service was a portion of it, but we were also looking at peer cities too, and getting like a mix of, you know, how can we charge this and still be under maybe or equal to our peer cities. It's a little bit difficult to serve both masters because in some things we can't really compare to our peer cities because, and I was thinking about this earlier, you know, Lawton is a good example. We've got, and if Rusty was still here, he could correct me, but we've got 500 miles of sewer line, and we've got 500 miles of water line, and we have to service those miles of water and sewer line regardless of how many people live here. If we have 70,000 people living here, it's divided by 70. If we've got 65, it's divided by 65. So my theory has always been that we don't look at individual rates, that we should do it across the board because the enterprise fund should make money. The enterprise fund should be profitable because that's where you reinvest that money into the infrastructure. Now, the operation of the city government probably ought to be close to break even, in theory. You want to make a little bit because you want to have some carryover at the end of the year. But the enterprise is where we want to run it like a business and make a profit so that we can reinvest that into more miles of rehab sewer and water line. But to answer the question, I don't think we look solely at cost of service. I think it was cost of service and peer cities.
So, Mr. Wigger, would you be, since you are effective at about 7 o'clock tonight, you became the chairman of the Fees Committee. And would you be interested, as soon as the budget's over, I don't think the staff could do this until that time, but would you be interested in dividing that fee schedule up between now and the end of the year, because they start budget again in January, and looking at those fees individually, but going ahead and taking the 15% increase? Now, the odds are there may be a few things that you adjust down, but the odds are against it. And now, and I'm going to go a little further. We are currently subsidizing the lake somewhere between $900 and $1 million a year on operations, non-capital, okay, operations. I was told today that Edmonds Lake is fully self-supporting. Well, I haven't verified that, okay? Sometimes people read things different, so I don't know that that's accurate. But if we find that to be true, then those fees that we're charging, the boat fee may not be enough. The boat fee pays for more than just the little emblem that goes on the boat that says boat fee in a year. But you are the chairman. I would like to ask you to support. Go ahead and raise these, and then over the next 6 months, starting July 1 or June, whenever John's through with his budget, divide that up over the next 6 months and bring those back in pieces to us with further evaluation. If somebody could make a motion in that regard, we could move forward.
I make a motion that we approve the 15% across the board and direct the new chairman of the fees committee to put together incremental evaluations of each fee and then bring those back to council for early approval for next year's budget.
Mr. Uyghur, you want to second that? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Mayor, can I ask for a friendly amendment? I have to bring back a resolution too, correct?
That's correct. We would bring back a resolution.
Okay, you accept that, right? You accept that, Bob? Okay, Mr.
Yeah,
Hampton.
I'd like to bring a friendly amendment to that it's for user fees and not the utility.
Okay,
but make sure that's
we've
user.
made that clear that this is for
I'd like
user
that part
fees.
of
The
that.
item on the agenda is for user fees only.
I want to make sure that we're clear about that, Mayor.
Okay. Please vote. Motion passes 6-1. And with that, can I have a motion to go into executive session? And we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
I don't know how you vote against that. I don't know how you vote against that.
But that's, I mean, we see it, you know, cities see it, counties have even less ability to raise money, but at least they get ad valorem and you don't. You know, the state does it all the time, it's where you get all this deferred maintenance.
I think the utility presentation is a perfect example.
great.
It was kicked down the road, and now the kids today get to pay it.
And now it's a dead end road.
Are we gonna kick it further?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm gonna predict right now that we are. You know, we got 5 people up for reelection.
I know, I know.
And do you know what stopped this 12% last year?
Was he the no? Who was the no?
Oh, shrink.
Shrink.
But a year ago, the 12%, it was George Hill and Alan Hampton, because they were running.
Yep, yep, yep.
Can I get a motion to return?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Brown. Demery. Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Executive session, item number 29. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss a pending claim and potential litigation involving the demolition of property located at 401 Summit Avenue. Mr. Mayor, no action is necessary.
Okay, item 30. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in the United States Court for the Western District of Oklahoma titled Sabrina Turner versus City of Lawton et al., case number CIV 25-987-R. Mr. Mayor, I believe there is a motion.
I move that the council find it is in the city's best interest to provide Shelby Pepper representation in this lawsuit and therefore authorize the city attorney to secure outside counsel to provide legal representation for Pepper in this lawsuit.
Do we have a second? We do have a second. Please vote.
I'll call the roll.
I'll call the roll.
Hooton.
Yes.
Brown. Demery. Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams. Warren.
Motion carries. Bringing up item 31. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.3, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the delay and the potential purpose of real property. Mr. Mayor, no action is needed.
Thank you. Item 32. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to review the employment of John Ratliff as city manager. Mr. Mayor, no action is needed.
Thank you. And that brings up audience participation. I have two requests to speak that were properly filed. Tressa Duval. Tressa Duval. Okay, and then the next is Matina Davis. And I've got your address and everything here, so you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight because the gap between this government and the people it serves is expanding, and it starts with how we are allowed to speak to you. First, we must revamp the request to speak process. While some are tech savvy, many of our neighbors spend their days balancing work and getting children to school. The current barriers excludes those who can't navigate a digital system midday. I'm asking that this council set aside a dedicated 30-minute block where citizens can simply show up, sign in, and be heard. You work for us. Making it harder for us to tell you how you're doing is a disservice to the city. Second, I am once again calling on the city attorney to investigate the potential misconduct by the city prosecutor regarding the cases 2023-1144 and 2023-2000. Justice must be impartial, and when questions of professional conduct arise, they must be addressed transparently to maintain the public trust. Thirdly, we need to address the gatekeeping at Vista. It is unacceptable for the citizens to be tormented or extorted when filing public records requests. There are reports of the city manager's wife, the CEO of Vista, gatekeeping these records and demanding $500 from citizens just to access public information. This is not transparency. It is a paywall against the law. Finally, I'm still waiting on a response from the intern city attorney regarding the conflict between a lease agreement and a voter registration. If a representative changed their voter registration after the fact to justify their residence, that position should be considered void. We cannot move the goalposts to fit the player Ward 4. City of Lawton, we have to do better. We deserve a government that is accessible, ethical, and follow its own rules. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming. And can I have a motion for adjournment? We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton, Brown, Demery, Hampton, Uyghur, Williams.
Yes.
Warren,